Dustin?
Hi, Rory.
Hello, Mayor. How are you?
Good.
Good. I was going to see if Dustin would tell me how to put my picture on backgrounds here,
Oh,
like he does.
I don't know.
I don't either. Trying to figure it out.
I'm going to take a couple of bites of dinner and then I'll be back over here.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, Rory.
Yes.
Hey, do you see at the top, are there 3 little dots that says more?
Looking.
There's like mute, start video.
Oh, got it. Okay, that thing.
Yeah, hit that.
That's where I go.
And it says virtual background.
Okay. Oh.
And then you can add a picture.
Alrighty.
With the little plus. Do you see the little plus icon at the bottom?
Let's see. It says, oh, hide self view. Okay, right next to the mute, right?
Next to my mute says start video.
Mine says, yeah, it says stop video. Okay, so where's the other dots?
Do you see an icon for participants?
Oh, yeah.
And then next to that one, what's it say after, next to the right?
Oh, got it. More. There you go. Okay.
There you go. Hit that.
Thank you.
And then virtual background.
All right, come on. It's telling me to rename.
Rename. What are you renaming?
Participants, right? And it says mute and it says more.
Yeah. Did you click on more?
Yes. It tells me to rename.
Rename what?
Sure.
I don't get that.
I don't have any kind of a picture on mine. Oh. Never mind. I found another more. Nope, that's a hand one.
Yeah, look on that. Go down where the hand, the clap, or the thumbs up.
Yeah.
There should be stuff underneath it that says meeting settings.
Need a break.
Minimize meeting.
Well, you just must be like have a much more robust thing than I do.
It might be because I'm using the iPad. Are you using a desktop?
I'm using a desktop. Okay.
Could be different, but
yeah, because there's none of that there.
You should just have some sort of settings menu.
Where's my settings? We'll figure this out.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know what, I've never used it on a desktop, so I don't know what that
No, that's different. Okay.
looks like. If there's anywhere where you can find, like, search for help, you need to find virtual background. That's the thing you need to edit.
Okay, got it. Let's see. Speaker view, options, zoom ratio.
Options sounded good. What's that about?
I've got options and it said, it shows you full screen exit, full screen, annotate. I don't know what annotate, request remote control.
I don't know about any of that stuff. It's weird. See, Kane uses a laptop, or no, he uses a desktop, so he knows how.
Okay, when he gets on here,
He'll probably be able to.
I don't see him yet.
He's smart.
Hey, Juan. Juan, unmute yourself.
He's gone too. Oh, there's one.
Hey, Rory.
Hey, Juan, how do we
What's
put
up?
our picture on there like Dustin has? Using
Sorry.
a laptop. How do we do the background? Oh, Kane's on here now too.
The virtual.
One, yeah, she's using a desktop, and it's much different than my iPad setting, so I couldn't guide her through it.
Well, it's operator error, Dustin, believe me. On my part, not yours. On my part.
Oh, gotcha. So
Never mind.
go kind of where you see where
I
it's
have it in my-
yes, that's it.
6 o'clock.
Kane, how did you put your background screen on your computer?
What's that?
How did you add your background screen on your computer?
How did I?
Yeah, in the Zoom meeting. How did you put your background?
It's my office, Rory.
No. Okay.
You go down to video in the left corner. And it says
Okay.
use virtual background.
Oh, gosh, Dustin, it was really easy. Oh, oops. Okay.
I chose
Yeah.
my office. I'm actually in Hawaii.
You.
Right.
I love it. That's great. Can I put my dog? Let's see. Pictures.
I know Dustin's not outside because it's a blue sky.
No, it would be windy and gray.
Yeah. All right. We'll figure this out.
Well, my cuckoo clock says it's 6 o'clock. So let's open up with Housing Connection presentation. Matt Dahl.
Is Janice on? There. Hi, Janice.
Janice, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for providing me time to talk with you all today.
Appreciate you coming down. Just heads up for everyone. We have in Midvale have had a long relationship with Housing Connect, which, how long have you been Housing Connect now, Janice?
A year.
A year.
Before that,
it was, oh, go
we
ahead.
were the housing authority of the County of Salt Lake, and legally we still are the housing authority for the County of Salt Lake. We're doing business as Housing Connect.
And so they've been an organization that have been in Midvale for a long time, providing housing opportunities for a lot of our residents. And when we were talking with, or when I was talking with Janice, it's been a few months now about some of the projects that they're looking at doing. We thought it would be valuable for the council members to maybe hear about some of the activities that the Housing Authority, Housing Connect, have been doing in Midvale. And so we thought that it would be a good opportunity for Janice to provide a presentation on what they do. And then also, if there's any questions anyone has about the things that they do, this would be a good time. Also, I just wanted to mention too that I sit on the Commission on Housing Affordability with Janice. And it seems like when we have a lot of people up there talking about housing, the best ideas seem to come from Janice. So I'm glad that she's willing to talk with us and that they continue to provide services in our community because they really know what they're doing. And Janice really knows what she's doing. So with that, Janice, if you want to start your presentation.
Sure, and thank you for the kind words. Matt represents you very well. And so let's see. There's the slideshow. Are you guys able to see that?
Not yet.
Are you, can you see that?
No, not yet.
Huh, I can see it.
Juan, do we need to, is there anything we need to do to let her share or?
I mean, it should be on her end, but let me see if I can force her to share. Give me a sec.
I will also, Matt, I will email it to you as a backup. I was so certain I was going to get this right.
Yeah, I can't force her to share on my end. I can only stop a share.
Okay, I'm sending it to you, Matt.
Okay.
Well, I apologize. I was so, I even practiced earlier in the week, so now I'm just embarrassed. So I'll just start talking a little bit about our agency, and then if Matt's able to share, great. If not, he can forward the presentation to you all.
We're all learning, Janice, so just feel it. We've all walked your path.
Okay, thank you. We were established in 1970 to be the housing authority for Salt Lake County. And what that means is that we do a lot of the federal programs, so the Section 8 and public housing. But what it also means, and probably more importantly nowadays, is that we really should be a resource and a tool for each of the communities in the county to meet their housing needs. And we do a number of different things. We provide rent assistance. We are a nonprofit organization. So we have the 501c3 status. And we're also a property developer, and there we go. So we're on the second slide, and a management company. So last year, in addition to rebranding, we also got our broker's license, which means that we can manage for third parties. And we didn't do that to go out and compete with all the other great management companies out there, but we really did that for a mission purpose. And we feel like many of our nonprofit service providers wanted housing for their staff. And we felt like we could help that mission by doing what we do well and provide the property management and partner with them to do services. Since 2001, in addition to running the HUD programs, we also started to do acquisition and development of properties. And so, and the reason we got into that is we saw the huge need in the community and just didn't see where in the community we were getting enough done. So next slide, please, Matt. So here are the resources that we have currently. As you can see, the Housing Choice Voucher, or the Section 8 program, is our largest program. In total, we provide 4,425 units. Actually, you can add 36 to that. We got additional 36 Section 8 vouchers this week. And Section 8 is where we provide the rent assistance to market properties. And the tenant pays a third of their income towards rent, and we subsidize the rest. Our next largest program is public housing, and that's also the oldest program in the country for housing. And I think it's probably the most critical. it serves 30% of AMI and below. Unfortunately, it is also where there are the most challenges. And the way it was set up and the way things are now, it doesn't work as well as it used to. So across the country, agencies like myself are really trying to figure out how to reposition this important asset so we can continue to serve that population. So you can see the tax credits. We have just over 400 tax credit units, and those are properties that we've built since 2001, and they're affordable, but they have kind of a mixed income. So you may have some that are really low income, and you may have some that are at market. We feel that's a good model, and that works really well. And the other kind of little colored slices of pie you see there are we've got a couple of properties that we own. But the others, the state, county, and COC are really targeted rent assistance programs that use market units. And so, like, for instance, the COC focuses on homeless, and the blue, the Salt Lake County, they wanted some help with jail diversion. And so we started a program for them using that. So we've just been very flexible with how we've tried to work with people to provide housing. Next slide, please. Thank you. So really our business model in terms of the properties we own is we really want to, our intention is to really build and develop and be a long-term part of the community. We've, with our properties, when I was talking about public housing, and I should have mentioned, we have 54 units in Midvale, and we've held those properties since the mid-1970s. And we are in the process of looking at how best to sustain those properties for the long term or reposition them. So in really that philosophy of developing properties and knowing that we're going to keep them for the long term, our goal is really to manage them in such a way that I would feel good about referring a family member, or in another event, I would feel comfortable living with them or living in one of them. And so we want to make sure that we take good care of the properties and that we're a good neighbor to the communities. Our main big goals for the next 5 years are, we want to make sure we're putting our public housing communities on stable footing. We have some unique opportunities now with HUD to do that, and we plan to take advantage of those and to protect those assets. And then we also really want to be able to expand our capacity. So we want to add 350 new units by 2025. Next slide, please. So the next two slides really are just some properties we've done recently. And I'll just tell you a little bit about the properties, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you have. So the Bodie Apartments is a 80-unit community in downtown Salt Lake. It's a transit-oriented development, and it's a mixed property. So we have 20 units that are market and the rest are affordable. The Hub of Opportunity is our newest property, and it is in South Salt Lake, and it was kind of the the brainchild of one of our longest community partners who provided Columbus Communities, who provide supportive services for individuals with disabilities. And they wanted to do something for their clients where they could live in a universally accessible community, and where they could provide some live workspace for young adults with autism. So this is 156 units. It's right on the track stop at 39th South. It's got about 20% market and the rest are affordable. We're leasing up now. We'll move our first households in at the end of the month. And the last slide, please, ma'am.
Did you say next slide?
Yes, please. And here's two other examples. So Bud Bailey Apartments is another transit-oriented development. It's 136 units. We were approached by the county. It's located in Mill Creek. And we were approached by the county and some service providers looking for larger bedroom sizes to house families with refugee status. So, so we have 45 units of this property designated for families with refugee status. And we've got probably 8 or 9 market units, and then the rest are affordable at different levels. And finally, Kelly Benson Apartments. And Kelly Benson Apartments is 59 units. And it's located in West Valley City. And it was designed to address the needs of elderly who had been homeless. And so I show you these properties because I think they all are an example of how we've worked with different communities to address their need. And I think they all are, at the end of the day, I think they're an asset to the community and those who live there. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Hey, Janice, how many cities do you guys have housing developments in?
I think we have housing in 13 different jurisdictions in Salt Lake County.
And you said we had 50, how many units did you say we had in Midvale?
You have 54 units in Midvale, and they're located along the 7200 South corridor. So you have Sunset Gardens and you have Union Park. And those are both public housing, and they're both communities that we're working on figuring out the best course of action for that property to sustain the long-term affordability.
There were some discussion about replacing Sunset Gardens. Is that still in the mix?
Yes, I'm not prepared to talk about that today, but as we've talked about in the past, this is the mayor, correct?
Yes.
Yes, as we've talked about in the past, that's not a property that was well designed, and we feel like we could do much better. So our goal there would be to redesign that. It served its purpose, but we feel like we could do a much better job.
I know it was built to be solar passive. I'm not sure how well that worked.
It didn't work all that well. You know, I think people make decisions and they do things at the time. And I think in the early 70s, passive solar was kind of the flavor of the month. And many of the designs that were put forth during that time didn't work well, and this was one of them.
Have
Other
you,
questions for Janice? Or Matt?
hey Janice, real quick, just in your communities, in the developments that you have you experienced anything unique or worth noting or anything as we've been in the pandemic?
I can talk to you about our portfolio in general. So we've been monitoring that really closely to see what the impact has been. And we are seeing about an 8, almost 9% decrease in rent from what we collected March 1st to what we're collecting today. And those trends tend to be higher in the properties where we have more market units. We have received a little bit of funding. And I say little bit so it's $500,000. So I say little bit because it pales in comparison to what I know the needs are from Salt Lake County to do some emergency housing for people who have lost their jobs or lost income due to COVID. And we started last week, and we've already approved 25 households for 2 to 3 months worth of assistance. And yesterday we got 67 calls in one day, and we haven't done any advertising. So I really feel like the need is tremendous.
Janice, are you expanding housing purchases or agreements with landowners throughout the county, or even more specifically within Midvale?
We haven't done, we have no other plans or options in Midvale. We did, as part of our repositioning or public housing, we did sell some of the units. We had a really interesting mix. I'm not sure who thought of this, but we had 127 units on 82 different sites in 12 different jurisdictions. And that just doesn't bode well for management. And so we chose to sell part of those. And then part of those we're doing first-time home ownership for households at 65 to 80% AMI. So I'm excited about that. So 44 families will have access to first-time home ownership at an affordable rate. But to get to the point, we do plan on taking those proceeds and investing those in affordable housing. And we would like the majority of our footprint is we've got some property in Midvale, and then it's West Valley, and it's Kearns and Magna. And if you think about when we came online, that was very much, when we started in the 70s and 80s, that's kind of where the boundary of development was. And so we would like to extend our footprint south. So.
Good, that's exciting.
Yeah, we haven't had money to invest before, so I feel like a kid in a candy store.
Good for you.
Yeah.
And your organization, wonderful.
Well, I thank you all for your time. I'll ask Matt maybe to forward my contact information if I could impose on him to do that. And I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. And I do just want to put this out, as you as a community decide what your goals are for affordable housing. Please consider us as a resource. We'd be happy to provide whatever support or education we could.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
All right.
Okay, Matt, do you have anything you'd like to continue with there?
No, just we will continue to work with Janice as they further develop their projects, and you know, part of what they're looking at doing is coincides with our housing plan that we approved at the end of last year, and so I think that working with Housing Connect will yield positive things for our community. And then Janice, since I still see you on there, I'll follow up with you tomorrow too on where you're at with your projects.
Great. Thank you all so much for your time, and I'm going to log off here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Council, is there any questions that we can address at this point?
Mayor, one of the things we were gonna, oh wait, are you still on the housing thing, or are you saying anything else? One of the things that we were going to talk about during this workshop timeframe too was we were going to talk a little bit about the future of our public meetings going forward, and what our thoughts are as far as remaining in electronic meetings for the time being. But if anyone else has any other topics, we can cover that when you ask your questions.
No,
Kane,
that's
okay. Kane, did you want to cover that, or do you want me to talk about it?
Well, I can jump into it, Matt. Well, first of all, the meeting for the second, we've already sent out notices that that's going to be an electronic meeting. Is that correct, Matt?
That's right. We had to send out
Public hearing requirements.
yeah, for a couple of the land use issues, we had to send out notice today.
So at least for that meeting, that will be an electronic meeting. We had to get those notices out. We're logistically, we're trying to figure out how we could hold a public meeting in the council chambers and give you all proper separation and keep you safe and keep the staff safe and keep the public safe. We're working through some issues. The last time we actually tried that kind of a dual meeting with electronics and meeting in person was we had a lot of feedback on the audio part. And I think IT's been trying to work through some of those issues, but I wanted to get feelings of the city council. If you want us to move towards trying to get back together in person, we will sure move that way. Or if you're satisfied with the way we're meeting for a while, we'll continue with these. So your thoughts?
Well, I have mixed feelings on this, and I think I spoke to Matt about this last week. I feel like we should, I mean, we are a public body and we're meeting pretty privately, although these meetings are available to the public. But I think what we're missing is the public comment section. The Planning and Zoning Commission meeting last week was difficult, is how I'll describe it, because of the public comments. Number one, people, if you give them the opportunity to email, they can email, as much as they want. And if we don't have a policy in place of what we need to read, then, something like the Planning Commission meeting happens. Those of you who weren't present, there were just, pages and pages and pages of public comments to read. So if we're going to continue to do electronic meetings, and I'm not opposed to it, I think it's probably the safer thing to do. We need to put some policy in place regarding the public comments and just putting them into the record and not having to read verbatim pages and pages of emails in these meetings. Because when they come to an in-person meeting, they have 3 minutes and that's it. I mean, the mayor or the council can approve them more time, but we're not giving them a half hour. So those are some thoughts that I have regarding that. But if you're talking safety and health-wise, yeah, I think we can probably stick to this format for a little bit longer.
I was listening to the discussion on the Utah Cities and Towns meeting today, and Lieutenant Governor Cox was asked a question about the timing going from yellow to green after we have just come out of orange. And he said, well, the incubation period on this virus is 14 days. And so we made that change last Saturday. And he said about 14 days from then, we will evaluate the state of Utah. And if we have been able to keep things under control, it's possible we'll see another change. So that would be what, around 1st of June, maybe early June sometime. So hopefully people are minding their P's and Q's, and we might see a change. And if it goes to green, then of course we can have public meetings open again.
I know that I've had a lot of complaints from the citizens about being able to give public comment, and they were completely disgusted with the Planning Commission last week. So I think as soon as we can personally meet, if we can do it safely, I think we need to.
My personal opinion is I would like to have meetings back in person. I think these go longer than they should because of the way Zoom meetings sort of go. But I also, I don't know if we could do something where the council chamber is sort of sealed off. If people want to come in and make public comments, they can, from the other side, they have a microphone or something, so they can still come and make comments, but we can sort of separate people. So we just don't have like a room of 50 people on a day where people are upset. If there's a way we can sort of minimize congestion, I would prefer that. But I do think, I don't think these are as productive as they are in person.
The one issue that we'll have with that are, we have public comments at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
But then anytime we have a public hearing, we also have to, so I would like to try to, most people, when they say their piece, they leave for the most part. So even if we can reformat the meeting to even have all of those comments up front so that people can say what they want to say and then
Like
stay if they want, or hightail it out of there, which is what most people do.
Well, what would we do with the spacing between each other?
Well, there's only 6 of us who need to be up front, maybe 7 with Kane, but we could probably spread out enough that way. But
Yeah, I think Lisa and I would both go down off the dais, but I'm still not sure that would give you your 6-foot separation up there on the dais.
Yeah.
So we'd probably want like the mayor and 2 council members, maybe 3 at the most on the dais. 2 of you could attend electronically or be down in the audience. I don't know how you want to do that. We'll kick around some ideas, and by the next meeting on the 2nd, we'll have a plan put together and talk to you about that. But for right now, we'll plan on the 2nd being an electronic meeting because it was noticed that way. And then if we can go to a public meeting or a in-person meeting on the next meeting, which I believe is the 18th of June, then we'll do that.
Is there any way to streamline the public comments by the 2nd?
Yeah,
I mean, I
we
know
Go ahead.
I tried to, as the meeting was happening, I was having some background conversations for the planning and zoning. I mean, there was one particular person who wanted her very long email to be read at several different portions of the meeting. So for like agenda items 2, 3, 4, and 6. So, you know, that's the kind of thing, like I don't think we necessarily need to accommodate that request. I think it's one of the commissioners could have moved to just put it in the record. And well, once it was read the first time and not have to read it 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And there were a lot of things like that during that meeting. We've been lucky so far because we haven't had many public hearings, if any at all, over the past few weeks. But all of those items from the Planning and Zoning Commission they were forwarded. They're going to come to us. So we're either going to have the same issue in this type of meeting, or, you know, we just need to figure out how we want to handle that for ourselves and for the Planning Commission. Because I mean, none of them were having the greatest day of their lives either. You know, it was just a whole bunch of things converging at once that resulted in frustration probably for every single person involved, especially Alex.
Things to keep in mind when, depending on if you decide you want to go back to city hall meetings before the state goes to green. Think about whether or not we want to mandate face masks or can't. I don't know that we can mandate them, but I think that if we do suggest them, we should have them available for people. You have people talking at the mic, at the same mic right after each other.
You're making a really good point. I think we should just stick till we get to green. Sorry, Lisa. I didn't even think of that.
agree.
You said that. Let's not.
Oh
let's
yeah,
not here.
yeah. I thought we were under the assumption that what we were going to do once it went to green, if we're in any other color of warning, then yeah, we should stick to this. But even when it's green, I think the masks are not a bad idea in a public space. When we turn green, healthcare facilities are not just going to stop requiring masks, and neither should a public institution like ours that requires, you know, people to have close proximity to each other and shared microphones and all that. So
thanks, Lisa.
Leave it to our legal counsel to talk sense into us.
Attorneys are great at that.
I know.
I think even when it's green, we need to have a very similar conversation to see who's comfortable doing what. I mean, the coronavirus is still there. It's just a green arrow means that you're less likely to get it than you were before. Doesn't mean you can't get it at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think until I get a vaccine that eradicates this thing, I don't know. I think we're going to be doing a lot of things differently.
For sure.
Okay, so that's all we had on that one. We're continuing to modify our the way we're working, trying to keep our employees safe again. So far, everything's working well. We did get a report today that one of our public works people might have been exposed, or their family member might have been exposed. They're testing, so I think they did a great job. Glen sent an email and told us how they responded to that and disinfected everything. So, but so far we've been very lucky to not have any of our staff members come down with this virus. There was one other thing we wanted to talk about. What was it? Anybody remember? If we had time today.
I wanted to talk about the property tax.
I knew it was
the budget, just really quick. Let me just pull up my screen really quick. So I wanted to give you an update on the property tax, and somewhat of this is a refresher, I know. With the property tax on next year's budget, staff was proposing two things. One was to recapture the property tax that we were using for debt service on the police station jail bonds that drop off this fiscal year. So that's about 403,000. So for the average resident, that wouldn't be a property tax increase for them. Although just to keep in mind, the county and the state do recognize that as a tax increase. So it has to go through the noticing and the truth in taxation requirements. The second thing staff was proposing was to implement a property tax increase based on the CPI index. So when I was putting the budget together back in January and February, that index was at 2.3%. So that would be an increase to our property tax revenue about $52,000, which for the average resident was about $4. I just pulled the latest CPI index, which would be April, and I used the Western CPI index. It's dropped to 1.3%. which is just it's a decrease of 44% from when I pulled it earlier this year. And the majority of that is due to energy prices falling. So that will reduce the amount of new revenue to about $34,000, which is about a $3 average increase. Going forward after this year, staff will be recommending yearly CPI increases to keep up with inflation. My question to you, or if I could get some feedback or input or what your thoughts are, is with that dramatic decrease this year and just given the current environment, do we continue ahead with a CPI increase or delay that to next year and just go forward with the property tax recapture from the bonds?
I would say we just go forward with the increase for the bonds and the other to drop for this year, and then next year look at it, go from there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think just trying to recapture what we're losing, that's a lot easier to tell people. We're really not trying to increase your taxes. We're trying to keep it at where you've been paying rather than, increasing it even more given the current situation.
Okay, right. Any other thoughts?
This is the mayor. I'd say leave well enough alone this year with all of the headaches we're getting from other agencies. I don't think we want to get out there ahead of ourselves at all.
Okay. I will modify the budget accordingly, and of course, feel free to contact me if you have any other questions or have any other questions or concerns.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, anything else from staff that we need to discuss? We've got about 15 minutes.
Glenn has not blinked for like 15 minutes.
Something's wrong with
okay?
I think it's a Glen doll.
Yeah.
I don't lose at the stare game. Blinked out. Let's go.
Hey Glenn, while you got the floor, you want to talk a little bit about our community center project?
Yeah, I met. We've got a sprinkler issue. The contractor's going to repair that tomorrow, but things are moving right along. The pavilion's almost up. I think that we're past the point of any new change orders. It's just kind of finishing things up, but it's on schedule and looking good.
So we look like we'll be done by the end of July, third week in July with the community center.
Yeah, that's probably a bit optimistic. more likely the first week or two in August. The COVID and a couple weather issues did slow them down a little bit, but the big push was to get it done before harvest days, and that's not, I don't think, going to come into effect. So we're not behind.
Well, make sure you have it done by harvest days 2021 for sure.
We'll work on that.
So also on that, we had a request. You recall, in the springtime, we have a girls football league that uses the athletic fields over there. And normally they go from, I think it's April, well, they start in March and go through till the end of May. This year, of course, their season got postponed. They're actually wanting to start practicing and using the field. So you'll see them over to the park. But one of the issues that we have with the park is opening the restrooms over there and keeping them sanitized to the level that the county says we need to keep them cleaned at. With the personnel we have, it's going to be very difficult to do that. So right now we're keeping those restrooms closed, and the splash pad, it won't be scheduled to open. Glenn, I don't think have you got a timeline for the splash pad?
The conversations this morning, I thought that we were going to wait until we were in the green stage for the splash pad.
So it may not be open this year at all, is what you're saying then.
Yeah. Until we can get the restrooms open under, normal conditions, I think it's going to be difficult to open up other items.
So that kind of leads me to the.
Sorry, the splash pad, especially because there's no way to, really keep kids social distancing on the splash pad.
Right. And one of the things we're telling the girls football league is they're going to have to probably bring in porta potties and have those serviced over there. So they've got some restroom facilities while they're there, which kind of leads into my next topic, the phase 2 project for the park, which was tentatively scheduled for this year. But with the downturn and our decrease in revenues, we were supposed to be able to put enough money together. I think we had set aside about $400,000 for that second phase of the project, which was to tear down the 2 sets of restrooms that we have and build one large restroom there, kind of centrally located, that has a lot more capabilities for a lot more people to use it at a time, and would be state of the art, easier to clean for our public works guys, those kind of things. Along with that was a storage area for the Arts Council, the Football League, a snack bar for the Football League or anybody could actually use it. Basically, it's just a shell, wouldn't have any equipment in it. So whoever used the snack bar would bring equipment. But that was the next phase. And then, of course, tear down the old Bowery, connect up all of the parking lots, resurface all of the asphalt in the park, and add more parking there. So obviously we're going to have to put that project off until next year, but hopefully next year we'll be able to do that project. But one of the things I'd like to do is take part of that money and go to work on that, get the design done on that set of restrooms and storage facility, and get that ready to go so that whenever we got the funding put together, we could build that, which would be a great addition to the park. And of course, we wouldn't tear down those existing restrooms until that new facility was built. But I think it would add a lot to the amphitheater there and the Bowery. And of course, there'll be restrooms in the community center. but I think that would go a long ways in helping out Public Works and their maintenance problems that they have over there with those old restrooms. So just want to let the council know kind of what our plan was there for phase 2 of the park remodel. That's what all I had. Anybody gonna have anything else?
I could share some of what I was going to talk about a little later. UFA met today and outlined their budget for the new year. They are going to hold off on making any pay raises or market adjustments until January. So it'll give a time for our economies, cross your fingers, knock on wood, to recover and kind of get an outline of where things are going to be going. Currently, there are 99 Unified Fire employees that are on the county payroll, helping out in the Emergency Operations Center out at 9th West and about 3400 South. And they currently draw from the county about $375,000 in wages. So there's a huge number of employees that have just rolled over into the county payroll at this time. On construction or occupation, the Magna Fire Station that was somewhat damaged in the earthquake is receiving minor repairs, and it will be ready to go, I hope, June 2nd to reoccupy. They have moved all the firefighters and equipment up to another station on the south side of Magna, and if all goes well, they will reoccupy Station 102 about June 2nd. The UFA has also got the green light from the board to bond for 7 new fire stations, 4 of them with immediate needs. And our station 125 on Holden Street is one of those. So we may see some activity there as soon as they can get that bond out there. I don't know if you heard, but the rates on bonds right now, the state just picked up a whole bunch of bonds at 1.15%. I mean, wow, that's practically free money. So that's what UFA is hoping to take advantage of. They were looking at picking up bonds for about 1.75%. But the bond market is optimal right now for picking up funds on low interest, and those will tend to go 20 years or so. So one could hope that 20 years from now, in 2040, we'll look back and say, wow, that was sure a good thing, picking up all those fire stations at such a low rate. But that's the latest on UFA.
That also ties into a little bit to what I was talking about before too, Mayor. Was once that fire station vacated, we can sell that property. We were going to use the proceeds towards the park project. So that's great news to find out that they're going to move ahead. Last I heard, they were going to put that off for a couple of years. So I'm glad to hear they're going to move ahead with our fire station.
I think the 3 stations, I think 2 of them are in Eagle Mountain, and they need to build both of those at the same time, because one of them, I think, displaces one of the current ones or is right next to it. So they will build both of those at the same time. And I'm sorry, I don't remember where the 7th one was. But yeah, the one in Magna, the one in Mill Creek, up above the boulevard, 112, I don't know where that one is. And then 125. Those are all going to get replaced first. Good
That's
news.
good news.
Yeah. Well, Dustin, where's the Rosebud Motel from here?
North in Canada.
Oh,
It's a show that just had its finale.
What's the name of that show, Dustin?
I will not say that. I'll tell you offline.
You could spell it.
Matt with the jokes here.
It's a certain creek that some people go up without a paddle.
It's a good show.
David, you.
Nice work.
I think you're allowed to say it because one of my favorite council meetings was when Paul Glover yelled at the developer and said, "No more shitty grass."
Oh yeah, twice in the same meeting.
So I think there's a precedent that's been set. Sorry, Paul.
No comment.
I think I have that in my meeting notes for that night.
I also want to congratulate Midvale residents. And maybe I ought to hold this for public comments, but Midvale's campaign to feed the poor, and Paul might be able to address this also. It went extremely well, both at the Midvale North Stake Center and also down at Copperview Recreation Center. It was plenty of food and lots of people.
Had lots of participation throughout the whole city.
Yeah. We hope to do it in June and again in July, maybe in August.
You're not playing on the Switch.
Heidi, was that your husband?
No, that was actually my kids that time. They're going to take turns throughout the night. So if I flip on and off on mute, please someone remind me to unmute myself.
I see that Laura has joined us now. I think she lost her internet in Riverton. That's a common thing nowadays.
It blew away, but I've been on my phone with y'all for the past hour, so I'm still here.
Welcome, Laura.
You know, it was much nicer when we had dinner at council meetings, because now I'm just wondering when I'm going to eat and what I'm going to eat. So if I'm hangry for the rest of the meeting, that's why.
All right.
Kane, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I'll start with, I promise I won't make fun of Comic Sans today.
Just did.
I just did, right, thanks. I know Utopia, they sort of were pushing things around for that big area where it was gonna be this fall, then next fall, and then back to this fall. I know a lot of it's with permitting. Have you heard if there's been any movement on that permits at all?
What permitted, which one are you talking about?
So they kind of merged everything that was sort of in my area and Sophia's area into one big unit. And they said there were some challenges to get the permits to put the lines. Yeah.
I have a meeting with them next week, so I'll make a full report. As far as I know, everything's going on schedule. They're still planning on this fall getting that area done.
It's too bad it wasn't already done, because the pull-through rate would be like 100%. Everyone,
I know.
Everyone wants the internet to be as fast as possible right now.
last month we had 1,100 new subscribers
Yeah.
in 1 month. So it's just going nuts everywhere. But as far as I know, everything's going on schedule, and Roger seemed confident that they're going to get that built this summer, early fall.
Okay, that'd be great.
Waiting for my cuckoo clock to go off.
Mine says 7 o'clock.
Does it? Well, the cuckoo's a little slow, I guess. All right. We'll call this meeting to order. I welcome everybody that's tuned in on electronic means. And we hope that everything will go well during this meeting. And everybody can get their comments in and have them all recorded well. Thanks. There we go.
I thought that was a joke. I thought you were joking about food buck.
You ought to hear it at 11 o'clock or midnight. Just doesn't want to stop. The cuckoo belonged to my in-laws, and it wasn't working, so we took it over to the It's All About Time over here in the Union shopping complex, and it took them about a month of working on it to get it to working, but it's nice to have her cuckooing again. Cute little thing. Okay, let's see. Chief, did you have your flag handy again? All right, he's going to get his flag, and then let's stand and give the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Chief. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Rory, would you call roll, please?
Absolutely. Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Gettle.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Barry.
Here.
And Glover.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's begin with some reports from Unified Police. Chief Thomas, followed by Chief Larson with the UFA. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just brief notes tonight. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor for attending our memorial today regarding our fallen police officers. I don't know if it was noticed by council, but last week was National Police Week. And generally we do, there's a lot of participation from not only our agency, but agencies across the nation, including a bike ride that goes along the East Coast. It's several hundred miles. It's over a span of 3 days. And we've got a pretty good little group of riders that go and attend that and had planned on attending it. With the COVID circumstances, I just want to recognize our DEU detective, Chelsea Winslow, for this last Saturday. She organized a very similar ride, and a bunch of our officers, as well as some officers from other agencies, rode from Provo up to Ogden. And I think it was just over 100 miles, the route that they did. And that's a pretty good little bike ride on a Saturday, especially since you don't have traffic being diverted for you or anything like that. So Chelsea did a great job, and kind of represented it, as well as was able to recognize those officers. Today's memorial, it's pretty sobering to hear the officers that passed away in the line of duty. Clear back to the very first recognized deputy that was helping someone where their wagon had been come across a river that was swollen and trying to help out some kids and a wife, and ended up passing away, actually drowning after saving several of the kids, but became a victim himself. So, Mayor, I just want to thank you for attending that today. It was interesting. So I've always attended that, but this time it was on a YouTube link. A little different, but it had the proper honor, and it looked like by scanning some of the audience, it looks like you kept the distance as requested by those in attendance. So
I wish I could have been there right at the start. We were finishing up the UFSA board meeting and getting their budget, and these fire stations all lined up to go, and there was an important vote right to the end. So I had to stay tuned to that, and then boom, out I came to finish up there. And it was a wonderful, always a wonderful annual affair to remember those who have fallen. And the memorial plaque they had fell over twice, and I thought, that's kind of how we feel sometimes when we lose an officer. We go, oh no, but they're all putting their life on the line, and we appreciate that. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely. To continue with my brief, just as the governor shifted to go the COVID phase from yellow or into the yellow phase, we stopped manning the overtime hours for our park patrol, but at the same time, the EOC has picked up a county-wide park patrol. And just for situational awareness, with Midvale City Park still somewhat restricted, the 2 county parks within Midvale are not restricted. So that would be Copperview as well as Union Park. But the Park Patrol is aware of that. They've been given a little bit of direction on that. We kept a log of our Park Patrol contacts. Most of them were very innocent contacts. Kid runs away, plays on playground equipment. Never did we issue a citation or have even a unhealthy discussion. Everyone was cooperative and understanding, so that was good to hear. I did distribute the April report. I hope all the council got a chance to look at that. Along with that, with Councilman Brown's request, you can see that I upgraded, or on that yellow tab that has the financial section, and I started tracking on each one of the regional services and how they're doing with their budget. And generally, what I had planned on doing with my personal precinct budget was just giving you quarterly, but as we come into the last of this fiscal year, what I'll do is monthly, just so you can see where we land on the end of the year totals at the end of June. As you can see, and I don't know if you have a copy of it with you, at the end of April, we're looking at about 83.3% would be right on target. And my precinct's at 78.7. So we're trending very well. I'm comfortable with that. Along with that stat, there are a couple of expenditures that typically come in a little bit later. Sometimes that's fuel or fleet or maintenance expense. And honestly, in my 26 years of law enforcement, the only expense I've ever seen go down or be less expensive, and it's been the last 6 months, is fuel. And it's generally one of those uncontrollables. And it's kind of crazy to see what I'm used to hitting a budget of sometimes up about $11,000 monthly, and now it's trending at about $8,000 a month. So we'll cross our fingers and ride that trend out until things change. I want to clarify some information I found out last week is UPD does have one member that tested positive COVID for the COVID virus. He's recovering well. It's not in our precinct. Chief Mazurn briefed me on it, and really good protocols were taken in place. So what I've asked is in the future, if we get any more updates like that, I can push those out immediately. Obviously, we're not going to identify the employee, but I can assure you that they're being taken well care of, appropriate precautions, appropriate tracing. So that's a good thing. Along with I've been working hard with the budget. Obviously, I think you've all got a copy of that. Last Friday, and I've kind of been talking with Canyons over the last, since they gave us their contract last year regarding the DARE program. They weren't certain if they were going to go forward with that. And as of last Friday, they did adjust their their budget and asked us to go forward with the program next year in the junior high. So I'm glad they didn't completely drop that. There is another program they're looking at that's a little more inclusive of kindergarten up through 12th grade. So it looks interesting to me, what little bit I've known about it. I don't know if they are going to do it simultaneously or not, but in doing so, they increased our revenue, which you probably, I don't know if you got a chance to see the last budget figure, but where I reduced within our precinct 1 sergeant, it dropped our UPD contract to 3% increase. Now with the new revenues, we're going to be at about 2.9% increase. That won't show in the preliminary budget that the sheriff presents to the UPD board this Thursday, but that's just due to the fact that they had to print the thing, and we just got the information last Friday. So good news on that account. The mayor and I don't want to steal your thunder, Mayor, but we had a really good conversation with the Pioneer Park Coalition last week. They asked for some what we may want, or if in a perfect world, what we'd like to see as far as the road home shelter here in Midvale. And the mayor gave some suggestions, which I thought were excellent regarding the living conditions. What I was really impressed with is I asked and had made personal contact with a couple transient males who really just wanted a job. And it seemed, good mind, good body, really probably had potential to have, if we could offer them something. That's not a service that our shelter resource officers have really had at this point. No sooner did I hang up, about 10 minutes after that, Michelle Miller, who is their communication specialist with the Pioneer Park Coalition, emailed me a contact with a gentleman that runs a group. It's called Smart Resources, and he has hundreds of jobs available. And they're we set up an appointment Monday, talked over a Zoom meeting. They are not necessarily a recruiter or anything like that, but they're a mentor. They work on the self-value, self-worth, and mentorship of those in need. They have a real strict guideline to get in, which impresses me. They will ask them if they're clean, if they can immediately pass a drug test and a background test. And if so, and they're registered, they can have a job literally the next day. And that, to me, if out of 100 people, 2 take advantage of that, to me, that's 2 lives saved. And he gave some specific examples of some really good clients. Honestly, their biggest problem right now, he said, is transportation, and they're working on that. A lot of the jobs are out along the western, in the western off of California Ave and to the west, and West Valley Magna area, in the industrial manufacturing areas, and they're decent paying jobs with potential for movement, growth, benefits, but a lot of those are 24/7 jobs. And if someone ends up working on a graveyard shift, and my mindset was just these men that I'm contacting along like the Jordan River and that, and giving advice. But he says there's actually a lot of the women that are a little bit resource resistant and homeless, just due to the fact that they're staying away from the shelters in fear of the COVID virus. So, you don't want folks walking home at 3 or 4 in the morning when they get off shift. So that's something they need to work through. But looking real positive. So I've arranged for Sergeant Grant Richardson to reach out to this gentleman at this service and see if we can at least start pointing people in their direction, if not running them out to them, if that's a possibility. We don't have a problem with that. Last but not least, since our last meeting, we did serve 2 narcotics related search warrants, both of which had a threat matrix that needed the SWAT to help serve. One was in the I won't put out the exact address, but one was in the Avenues area. The second was just outside of the Midvale city, but it's just to the east, literally a couple hundred yards over the border, and it was an unincorporated area, but very good. Our directed enforcement unit served both of those, and definitely nuisance houses. So along with that, just for clarification, the sergeant position that I've asked to be reduced is the sergeant over the directed enforcement unit. So they will have a different operating protocol. They'll report at what we're going to try initially is to see how they report to the shelter resource sergeant. But I will tell you right now, and I hope that if things turn around with the economy and budget issues, I would probably in the future definitely trying to get that sergeant back, because although they're a small unit, they are a force multiplier with often with the DEU of Taylorsville City, and a very effective unit. But it is something we will fill. So that's all I have for tonight. Any questions or concerns?
Thanks, Chief, on the budget stuff. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Chief Larson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Good evening, City Council, City staff. Mayor, the Station 112 is up in Olympus Cove. I couldn't get to my mouse quick enough. I was looking at Glen's picture, hoping I can have a beard like that someday. And I couldn't find my mouse that quick. But anyway, so there's that station in Olympus Cove, the Midvale station, and the two in Eagle Mountain that were the four that are gonna, they want to try and replace really quick. I just have a few things tonight. Yesterday at 6:40 p.m., there was a fire at B&D Burgers. It looked pretty serious at first. There was a lot of smoke, but it ended up being a fire on the grill inside the building. I haven't heard a report back yet on when they're going to open up or the smoke damage that occurred there, but the crews got there pretty quick and were able to help them out.
Overcooked hamburger?
You know, probably some grease buildup. That's very common. And yeah, so a couple of other quick things. Our COVID response has gone to a 7-day planning session rather than every couple of days. And, I was talking to Captain Thorell at your Station 125 this afternoon, and he said since things are starting to open up a little bit, they're noticing a little bit of an increase in the run volume, which we kind of anticipated that would happen. The other thing that they did was back May 8th, that crew from your Station 125 participated in the Midvale Elementary Community Parade. There was quite a long, extensive route. The station got in the engine, drove along the route, waved and said hello to all the kids as they went by. And the interesting thing was Captain Thorell said that the kids were really cute. He said they seemed as excited, if not more excited, to see their teachers as they did to see the fire engine. And I thought that was interesting. That's just kind of telling on the quality of teachers you have in your schools. It sounds like the kids really missed them, but it was a good event. The crew really enjoyed participating in that. As I mentioned last council meeting, our crews are trying to do creative things to still stay in touch with the community. I mean, we feel the quarantine, the seclusion, the social distancing too. And so they're doing station tours online. You can go on our website and see them. We had 31 recruit graduates last Thursday. That was their last day, and family and friends, because of the COVID pandemic, couldn't attend. So they did a pretty big Facebook and YouTube publication on it. So you can go and see that also. We're excited to have these 31 recruits. I was able to spend a day with them talking about fire prevention, and I'm really impressed with this group. They're going to be a great addition to us. I think that is all. I just do want to also mention that we've still only had one positive COVID test with UFA employees. I think that's phenomenal with the amount of medical calls that these guys go on. And we've had 35 tested, and they've all come back negative. So I think that's pretty phenomenal with our policies and procedures we have in place to protect our employees and protect especially our citizens that we respond to. So they're doing a good job there. That's all I have. Are there any questions for me?
Chief, I just want to say the school is very appreciative that you guys could do that. They were extremely impressed with how quickly you were able to mobilize and respond. If they felt like they asked me if I had a contact with, and before they finished talking to me, you somehow called them. So they really appreciated that, and the kids really did love it.
Yeah, well, I have to say the credit's going to go to our information outreach division. Kathy DeBoat, who schedules these, she's just phenomenal. And she does a really good job working with the public and getting things scheduled and making sure that crews can be there if they can, minus a run or something. But they love doing that kind of thing. Captain Thorell, he just was thrilled. He said, we love doing these things. So they're happy to do it.
I'll keep that in mind. It was great.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Good job. Okay, Laura Magnus, do we have any public comments this evening?
I am looking, Mayor. I don't have any on email, and I do not have any on social media.
Okay, thank you. We'll now turn to council reports and begin with Council Member Quinn Sperry.
I don't have anything this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Council Member Heidi Robinson.
I don't have anything this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. I just lost my agenda. There it is. Okay, next page has Councilmember Paul Glover first.
The only thing I have this evening, I would like to thank the fire and police for working with their budget and realizing what situations we're in. I know that everybody wants a raise, but I know that we have a lot of people in our communities that are having a hard time just making it. I really appreciate them stepping forward and working. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bryant Brown. You've probably got 2 weeks or a month full of comments now, since you weren't with us last time.
Right. No, I don't have too much. Just a couple comments. The curb ADA ramps have started. They look really good. A lot of positive feedback on that. So I appreciate everyone that kind of got that mobilized, and hopefully by the time school starts, they're all done and kids are able to go to school so they can use them. Hopefully we've gone past that. The other thing is Millennial Way, where they're building those that apartment complex behind the gas station. On Sunday, I noticed, I don't know about other times, they closed that road just right at the frontage road. I think that's super problematic if they ever have to close that road during a work week, because a lot of that gets heavy traffic for I-15 flow. And if people get all the way to essentially McDonald's to find out they can't turn left there, it's going to cause a very serious traffic situation. So we need to lean on them to push back their road closure sign, further back to, I think it's 7500 South. We really need to push on them to not ever close it during the week. And it would also be super great if we could publish that online on Facebook, because I feel like out of almost all road closures in Midvale, that one will cause all of us a very serious headache if they're closing that road at that spot, both from just a public engagement standpoint and from a safety standpoint. So I don't know if that's for Matt to talk to them about or what, but if that's something I'd like to see going forward with that project, just because of the safety. I don't know if that thumbs up was from Laura for me, but I like that. However you just did that.
Yeah, we'll talk with engineering in order to make sure that street, what's the word I'm looking for? Their circulation plan around the project makes sense. And if they have anything that's conflicting with what you just said, we'll see if we can come up with a solution around that.
Thanks, Matt. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilmember Dustin Gettle.
Two things real quick. I was actually going to mention that same project. Councilmember Brown and I must be sharing a brain this week. But yeah, the other thing I would add too, because there's so much construction on 7200, that particular project needs to be very, very mindful of the roads that they're blocking off, because it's already bad enough, like turning right or left onto 7200 from there. So the other thing I was going to mention, I wanted to thank the chief also, because I've had just so many weird people, not weird people, I shouldn't say that, they might be perfectly normal people, but there've been some very strange things parked up on Bingham Junction and Tuscany View Road in the past few weeks. There was a trailer, to me it looked like a cannon. I don't know what was going on with it. There's another one up there today. There was like an auto parts trailer parked there for a few days. So the chief's been very responsive, very on these folks, and a lot of, well, I think all of them have moved. Some of them just kind of cycle through and move once a day, but you know, that's what our ordinance says that they have to do. So anyway, thanks chief for all that. There's probably been 4 or 5 trailers and weird little contraptions that he's gone to look at. And I sure do appreciate it, and so do the folks over here. One more thing I just wanted to mention real quick. I've had numerous complaints from people about, I guess, since there's more people at home, there's more people walking dogs, which is great. I'm a dog person, love them. But for some reason that people have noticed, and I think I've noticed as well, less leashes being used with these afternoon dog walks. So if anyone out there is watching, I would want to caution everyone that, you know, we do have dog leash laws in Midvale that need to be respected, unless there's an area designated specifically as no leash, which I don't think we have other than the dog parks. So yeah, I think more people being home with working from home now, I think we need to remember that just because you're home for COVID doesn't mean your dog doesn't need a leash if you take it out.
Yeah,
So.
Dustin, where was that at again?
I've seen it over here, just walk up and down the Jordan River Trail. There's a lot of unleashed dogs going up and down. And you know, dogs are, say that again.
Animal control will send an officer over there.
Okay.
You know about?
Yeah, it might be good just to have some folks up and down the trail, because as I mentioned in our last council meeting, the traffic on the trail is great. You know, I'm seeing like double, triple the amount of traffic, but with that comes, I mean, I've seen a guy with a horse on the Jordan River Trail, which is very, very prohibited. I mean, there are parts of the Jordan River Trail where you can bring a horse, but through Midvale and West Jordan is not one of those places. So it might be, if you have a contact who I know you sit on that board, don't you, Kane?
Yeah, I will email Carrie and let her know. They've been going over into our parks and doing the same thing, reminding people of leash laws. And I think they actually have a leash program where they're handing leashes out if they can.
Yeah.
So I'll mention that that's an area that they can focus on and go patrol up.
I think most people just assume they're going to be the only one on the trail that day, because that's probably what they're used to in the past. But now with more traffic, there's more people, and most, you know, even dog lovers like myself, I don't want someone else's dog running up to me. I don't know if it's a mean or nice dog. So thanks for that. That's it for me.
Thank you. My comments, Chief, I don't know if you got this email, but you just got an award from the Office of Justice Programs of Department of Justice, just came through. So congrats on that. I want to express my appreciation to all the many residents, organizations, companies, who put together our Feed Midvale's Poor. We gathered all of the food and non-food items on Saturday the 9th, and then dispersed them on Saturday the 16th from the Midvale North Stake Center, about 75 West, 7500 South, and also at the Copperview Recreation Center. I reported to the Midvale North Stake Center at 8 o'clock in the morning to greet individuals that came to stand in line. And when I got there, there was already a line of about 15 to 20. And they were all spaced 6 feet apart, and a large number of them were Hispanic. So I got to sharpen up my Spanish again. It was a good thing, and they moved. Once they got organized on the inside, and I took a video of the cultural hall, and it was loaded with food all the way around. I mean, literally on 4 sides. There was everything there from toilet paper to canned goods. I was really impressed with the donations that came together from our city and from a couple of our large businesses. And then I had to go get a haircut so people could figure out who I was. And then I went back over to the Copperview Center, and cars were lined up coming into that all the way back to Princeton. And I ran into some of the same folks, and that was good because food was being given out at both locations. But I think those who went to both of those locations, they gathered at least a week's worth of some of the commodities they would eat, and perhaps longer. Do each of you get the COVID stats that come through Laura from the county and have an idea where Midvale sits? We're not the worst and we're not the best. We've got about 50 in our city that currently have COVID-19. And we need to be mindful of how we interact with people. That's been part of our discussion already this evening. But face masks in public, I made the mistake of going to Home Depot this afternoon and forgot my face mask. And I'll tell you, I felt like I didn't have any pants on walking around in there, naked. So we just have to be sure that we do what's right so we don't run afoul of that little germ. I might report on today's discussion with Lieutenant Governor Cox and the health director at the state, Kristen Cox, no relation. Kristen brought up the points that the state is not looking for just an economic perspective, and they're not looking only from a health perspective. It's got to be from both. And she made an interesting observation. We have to run faster than the virus runs to stay ahead of this. After we started our shutdown, it took us only 5 weeks in the state of Utah to reduce the spread rate down to 1.0. And that means an infected person, whereas early in the process was infecting up to 2 people. Now, after 5 weeks, it was down to only 1 new infection statistically. Some probably were worse and a lot were better. We still have to look out for at-risk, both at home and at work. Our 65 and older without family support are one of our most vulnerable groups. And if you have any in your neighborhoods, make sure you contact them and see what you can do to help them. Care facilities, jails, and prisons are another area where we have lots of problems, and that would include our Midvale Family Shelter, where they tested everybody, and if I remember right, there was 10 or 12 of the residents that were infected and immediately taken off site, put in another location where they could recover. And a fourth group is the people who care for all of those and work with those. So the Utah State is another group is multicultural. Utah State has 14% Latinos, and they make up 30% of the hospitalized. So there's issues there because they live in close quarters. We have many of them in our city, and the Consul General of Mexico has sent me an email today to have a online discussion about how they can help. And so next week, or later this week, I think it's later this week, I'll be meeting with them over Zoom or something, and work up something that they can help us with, the Latinos in our community. I mentioned that there's a 14-day incubation with COVID-19. And so when the state dropped most of the state from orange down to yellow, there's still some orange even here in Salt Lake County. There's a 14-day incubation, and they will continually be evaluating the 14 days from last Saturday to see if we can hold our numbers low and maybe open up more, or stay the same and continue in yellow. Hopefully we don't reverse course and have to go back into orange. The order to hold electronic public meetings remains in effect until the 30th of June, unless things really shape up. So we can look forward to that. Okay, I think that's all my notes. All right, Kane, it's your microphone now. Take yourself off mute.
I think I covered everything that I had, and you'll be hearing from me later on in the meeting for far way too much.
Okay. We'll now then go to department reports and begin with a community development report. Nate Rockwood, our community development director. Nate?
Hi, I'm gonna share a screen with you. Tell me when you see it.
We can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to go through really quick. In the past, I've done this looking at the building fees and impact, or not impact fees, building fees and planning and engineering fees. And so those may or may not be some sort of indicator of how things are going to look, but I want to go through those really quick. This is a comparison of building fees to the same months from last year. So as you can see, we're on track in terms of building fee payments. Business licensing, this is one that the businesses are renewed in December, so we're really not going to see how that looks. But in terms of new business licenses that are coming in, as you see, compared to last year at this time, it's dropping a little bit in April and May, but there is still business activity, which I think is a positive sign. So any positives we're looking forward to. Planning continues to get planning applications coming in for projects. I think there was some issues with how these were entered into the system, because I think there were ones in February and March, and April probably is large because of that. And then engineering department, again, is doing well. Part of this is because the fee structure was changed a little bit, so we're seeing the result of that, but continuing to see good activity from all the different departments in community development. Two items that I wanted to bring up that I'm calling items of significance. One is one of the patterns that I've been seeing just in the short time that I've been here is a lot of the redevelopment applications that are coming forward in the single family residence zones continue to get a lot of discussion from the neighborhoods or the neighbors, which I think is usually the case, but also from the Planning Commission and from council. So one of the things that Alex and I had talked about doing is coming back with a future city council work session to just review the single family residence zones, have a discussion with council about that, and then talk about some potential policy options that we may or may not want to do or may want to do in order to either change, I think, some of these where single family homes are being lost to what are still single family developments, but are sometimes duplexes or fourplexes. So we've seen a lot of that happen. Review what's happening, what we can do about it, and kind of just reaffirm the council's goals with those single family zones. So that's something that Alex and I will come back with. The other thing, and this was just an item that had come up before, and we had a meeting this last week about it, just on the idea of a dedicated right turn lane on South Union Avenue onto 900 East. And so several of the council members were on this call, and then Keith and several staff members, but Keith is working to coordinate the traffic assessments with UDOT on this. And what he's recommending is that we do traffic counts and use patterns, what they are currently, hopefully under current, normal traffic patterns. And then also when school is back in session, to see what the actual use patterns are for that turn, and to assess whether that's justified to do a right turn lane there dedicated. Chris with economic development talked to the owners of the apartment complex that's being developed there on that corner, just to let them know that we are looking at that, and that might be something that comes back in the future. And the property owners are okay with that. They're just trying to do whatever. So just giving them a good heads up. And then the other thing is just, if that is something that goes forward, there's several utilities and things like that that would need to be moved there. But Keith is on top of that, and will have eyes on that as the school develops and as the different area there develops. So those are the items that I had. If there's any questions, I can answer those, and if not, that's all.
I'd like to ask the question on, I know I'm really concerned about the encroachment of these bigger developments into our single family residents. I know that that's probably the number one thing that our residents have been complaining about, is that we're encroaching in on those single family homes. And is there any way, as we look at this, can we put a moratorium on that for a while we actually study this and come up with a better zoning?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can look at that. I would like to discuss that with staff internally and see if we want to put a moratorium on that. But that's certainly the way to buy yourself some more time to see what those zones could look like. in the future.
I know that all the citizens I've talked to, that's one of their number one things in Midvale is, I mean, we got a lot of complaints of bigger apartment complexes and these things. And there are places in Midvale that we're doing all of that. And I just can't see encroaching more and more on our single family homes. So I'd like to do something. I don't know what the other council members think.
Yeah, and I don't know about a moratorium or not, because I don't know what's in the works. You know, I've had similar feelings though as Councilman Glover. I do want to make sure we work on the zoning for the part of the park that is not under consideration, to protect those homes around them for fear of having, you know, the school sell that property and duplexes or whatever being built in that spot, which I know is not currently under consideration. So that's not what I'm suggesting, but that's something I have a high priority on that I would like to work on to at least front run some of these issues.
So it sounds like you probably want us to come back sooner than later. So we could work on coming back soon to council with those options on how to what can be done with the single family zones.
I agree with that.
I would appreciate that.
We talked about in the past is how do we have some transition in place going from the single family homes to the higher density. So we really need to look at that.
I personally have such weird mixed emotions with it because there are areas in a single family home, if what I don't like is like the spot filling in, you know, but if someone had some, you know, bought 10 homes right on 7800 South or something, that's a bad example, but you know, where they have like a townhome development that goes right there. I don't mind that idea. I don't really like the idea of the duplex triplex that's just used as filler. It doesn't really fit into. Does that make sense, Matt? I don't know if that could help you or not, or if that makes things more complicated.
Well, I think it's a good point. When you're filling in, it doesn't always tend to fit the character of the neighborhood. But then when you have some of these that are on the peripheral and they're right on a major street, because the other thing you hear is not just the density and the size of the buildings, but the traffic that it brings. And so I think when it's right by one of the major streets and they can enter and exit, you know, you got the ingress and egress onto that major street, I think there's less of an impact on the neighborhood.
Yeah, I still would like it to be like a development size, you know. So it adds, you know.
Okay.
Well, we're going to have this issue come right away, both in my district and other districts. So we need to, and these are going forward with or without this. But I think we need to seriously look at how we can control what's happening. And so we need to at least look at it.
Great. So we'll bring that back to council and we'll have a work session, study session on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
That concludes your report, Nate?
Yeah, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have Administrative Services report. Kyle Maurer, Administrative Service Director.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my report brief tonight. There we go. So first with the Justice Court, they have in April had a decrease in both cases filed and disposed, which it was known by staff that this would be happening with less traffic cases being filed. So it's about a 46% decrease from March. Just as an aside, as the court has opened to have people come in, there's still very limited things that the court's doing in person. They're only averaging about 5 to 7 people that are actually going into the Justice Court to talk to the judicial assistants or make payments. In utility billing and accounts payable and customer service, we've we're billing about the same amount of accounts we normally do, around 8,000. Cash receipts processed, and then the express bill pay, that's the electronic payments, are about the same. And then accounts payable created around 200 checks in April. Information technology has been, of my departments, the one that's the busiest. So typically they're averaging around 80 support tickets per month. And they've been seeing, with everyone working at home and some of the additional support issues that creates, they're actually doing around 80 support tickets per week. So they've been very busy. In addition, they have a number of projects they do want to wrap up by the end of the year. They had received some one-time funding for things, so they're trying to get those done. Of note, upcoming is some VPN and firewall updates. One thing I did want to do an update on is we are finally starting to see some of the revenue trickle in from when the pandemic started in mid-March. So we received an initial file from the tax commission. It's not our final distribution, but it has information about what we will expect to receive next week. So this is for March of 2020. So that about half of the month was when the was affected by the pandemic. So we are looking at around a 2% increase in sales tax. Our transient room tax, we're expecting around 11% decrease. We were seeing previous between like a 2 and a 5% increase per month. And then our municipal telecommunications, that's been continually decreasing. This 30% decrease is a little unexpected, so I will be researching to see what that's from. It could just be one of the major telecoms didn't file their return. We also received our Class C, which is our road tax money for March and April, which unexpectedly had a 12% increase. So I have a call into UDOT to see if they can give me some information. I was expecting to see a decrease with less vehicles on the road, so I'm looking to get more information from that. And that's all I had tonight. If there's any questions, please let me know.
Questions for Kyle? All right. We'll move on then to the consent agenda to consider the minutes of May 5th, 2020. I've got to make this full screen. Also to consider resolution number 2020 R22 authorizing the mayor to execute the documents with Utah Transit Authority with regards to the pedestrian crossing located at Center Street and the tracks crossing. Remember, Keith talked to us last meeting about that. And to consider resolution number 2020 R21 authorizing the mayor to enter into a wireless franchise agreement with SQF Telecommunications. And we had a briefing on that prior.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Rory, do you want to roll call this?
Yes. Councilmember Sperry?
Aye.
Glover?
Aye.
Robinson?
Aye.
Brown?
Yes.
And Gettle.
All right.
Did Gettle say yes?
No, he's muted.
Yes. Yes, he did say yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
I lost my agenda again. Hold on. I'm down inside a resolution, probably the resolutions. All right, get back up to the agenda. All right, I think I'm back where I need to be, maybe. All right, now we move to action items. Consider resolution number 2020 R23 and receive public comment regarding coronavirus grant. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. So this grant is a JAG grant awarded to Midvale City, and it's in regards to the current COVID environment. It's a 2-year grant. The grant total is for $46,274. We've broken the categories for reimbursement into 3 expense categories. First one being overtime shifts. That would include the park patrol, which we've already implemented even prior to getting the JAG grant, just due to the exigency. But that would also include in the future. And like I said, this is a 2-year grant. So if, for instance, we were overcome by COVID exposure within our precinct and had to staff those overtime shifts, it would lessen the burden on the budget. Then also equipment, and the third category supplies as far as personal protective equipment, sanitizing equipment, etc. With the equipment grant, we went out and looked, and we got ozone machines, a webcam for increased capability of social distancing, even in our community rooms. So, you know, if, for instance, we start to open up, for instance, the community council meetings, we can still use our smart board in there, as well as webcams, respirators. We also, within the precinct, dedicated 2 rooms to, in essence, if a police officer was on a long shift or we had to go to an A and B platoon, that they could rack out in that room. So they've got a kind of a private area that they can lock themselves in, and a cot and sleeping quarters. But a lot of it is pre-planning. We even included a vacuum sealing machine, so we can put together our personal PPE kits that when we're out on scene, if we need to, they've kept in kind of a sanitary environment, and we can break them open and use them as such. But the total grant and the resolution I'm asking for approval on, like I said, is for 2 years. It's $46,274 JAG grant.
Any comments or questions for Chief Thomas on this resolution?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Hearing none, I'll consider a resolution or a motion to approve this resolution.
Mayor, I move that we suspend the rules and approve resolution number 2020 R23, authorizing the application and use of the JAG grant funds for coronavirus-related overtime and to purchase equipment and supplies for the Midvale UPD precinct as indicated.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Questions or comments on the motion? Rory, would you call for the vote?
Yes. Councilmember Glover?
Aye.
Robinson?
Aye.
Brown?
Yes.
Gettle?
Yes.
And Sperry?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution carries. All right, B, to consider resolution number 2020 R24, approving the terms of an interlocal agreement between the redevelopment agency of Midvale City and Midvale City for the use of and repayment of $5,500 loan from State Infrastructure Bank. Patrick.
That loan's a little bit bigger than that.
I'm sorry, what?
You said 5,500. I think it's 5.5.
I'm missing a zero in mine, I guess. Okay. A zero here, a zero there. Pretty soon you're talking real money. All right, $5,500,000.
There you go.
Thank you. Patrick? Or a representative?
Sorry, Mayor, I had the struggle to unmute. So I'll just go over really quick the terms of the loan agreement. We're looking at the annual payment section, and the initial term being 10 years, but we are aiming for a 15-year term, and I'll explain a little bit about that in a few moments. We're looking at the city as a borrower. the redevelopment agency has the borrower making annual payments to the city equal to the amount required to satisfy the annual interest and principal payments for the loan agreement. The schedule for repaying the entire loan amount is in your packet and is illustrated under Exhibit A. I can go over some of that with you if you have any questions. But the total annual payment, including interest and principal, amounts to $468,565 under a 15-year term. If the term is a 10-year term, the annual payments will be increased as discussed in item 4, which I'll get to in a moment. To make the payments, the borrower shall utilize property tax increment revenues generated from the Zions Bank headquarters building in the Jordan Bluffs project area, which includes at least 390,000 square foot office building, associated improvements, and the parking structure. The agency will draw specifically from revenues defined as the owner's share in the first amended tax increment reimbursement agreement with Zions Bank Corporation, which we'll get to later tonight. The agency reimbursement payment will be subordinate to the debt service payments. The funds must be drawn within 180 days of the city entering into the loan agreement with the Utah Department of Transportation. And Zions Bank Corporation must consent to the form of the loan agreement with UDOT and the form of loan agreement between the borrower and the lender. Now, under UDOT's administrative rules, UDOT is only able to enter into a 10-year term loan with the lender. This is where our challenge is, as the state law was amended in the most recent legislative general session. And we're just working with UDOT at the moment to get their rules amended and updated. And that will likely be by September 2020. And at that point, UDOT will be able to enter into a loan agreement with a 15-year loan term. The lender, the borrower, and Zions shall all cooperate and support the effort to have UDOT amend its rules to allow a 15-year loan, to allow a 15-year loan term for the project. The first debt service payment must be made 2 years from when the debt service revenues were drawn by the lender to the State Infrastructure Bank, and the interest on the first 2 years of debt will be capitalized over the life of the bond. That's essentially the guts of the agreement. Are there any questions about that?
Questions for Patrick?
Patrick, this is just moving the money around that we had previously allocated for the parking structure at CHG Healthcare, right?
Part of what was allocated to Midvale, there's a larger portion of that money, and then there's still some of that funding available for the CHG parking structure as well. So it's a larger part of a large pool of money.
Okay.
Patrick, right now, under the law, they can do 10 years, but we're looking to go.
Under the law, they can do 15 years. Under their own administrative rules, which are contrary to the law, they can do 10. So this is just an administrative rule versus state law. So that's one of the things that we're just having a discussion about. And
okay, so that, I mean, I know that point
the challenge.
Sorry, in the term sheet. So I mean, you're pretty confident that we get it to 15. I don't want to get in a spot where we think we're going on a 15-year term and then we're stuck at a 10-year if the rules don't change.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. We're fairly confident that we can get that changed because it is we're dealing with an administrative rule differing with the law. So I'd more side with the actual law on what's required of UDOT.
Further questions for Patrick? Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks, Mayor.
Entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2020 R24, approving the attached term sheet and as presented, and authorize the mayor to execute the interlocal agreement between the redevelopment agency of Midvale City and Midvale City for a loan agreement.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to that motion. Further discussions or questions, please? Hearing none. Rory?
Okay, Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Barry,
Aye.
and Glover.
Aye.
Thank you.
That resolution passes. Thank you. We'll now move to consider resolution 2020 R25 approving the proposed development agreement for the Homes project to develop a residential project with 360 units at 752 West Bingham Junction Boulevard. Alex?
Thanks, Mayor, and good evening, Council. So this is one that we're pretty excited to see moving along. We've been working on this project for about a year now, I want to say, down at the south end of Jordan Bluffs, where Bingham Junction Boulevard now intersects with 7th West and Sandy Parkway. So that zoning designation has a slightly different process than pretty much everywhere else in the city, where the Planning Commission reviews a large-scale master plan, and then a development agreement is required, and then subsequent reviews are reviewed by the staff. So last week, we got approval from the Planning Commission for the large-scale master plan. So now we're bringing this development agreement to the council for consideration and hopefully for approval. And just to kind of give you an idea what this does, this development agreement takes that large-scale master plan approval and places it into a contract form so that the future development on that property will be obligated both by the zoning ordinance and by this agreement to develop in accordance with that approved plan. And any significant changes to that plan have to go back in front of the Planning Commission and the City Council to see both the large-scale master plan and the development agreement modified. This project proposes 360 condominium units down there at the south end of Jordan Bluffs. And those would be in 3 types of buildings with 5 or 10 units apiece, all at 3 stories tall. They all provide parking both on the surface and in garages. The project includes a variety of amenities for the residents. And we've also been able to negotiate the addition of a new trailhead at the south end of the project, where that Jordan River Parkway Trail extension meets 700 West. Right now, there's just a gate there, and as part of this project, we'll get a nice little trailhead put in there by the developer, but we do still need to figure out how to see that maintained in the long run. So we went through this process. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned, approved that, found it to comply with the zoning ordinance requirements, and then staff and the developer put together this agreement. And we would like to see the council hopefully waive their rules on hearing this twice and approve it in a single sitting, just because we're trying to get the dirt moving as soon as possible on this project, because it has had a bit of an extended review timeline. So if you're comfortable with what's been proposed, I've prepared that motion and resolution for the mayor to sign the development agreement on behalf of the city. I do have the developer here with some folks on his team available to answer questions, and I am as well if there's anything you'd like to ask.
Are these for sale?
Yes.
So I've had a couple people call and express some concerns in my area, and I think I've explained to them why I think this is a pretty good idea. I think it's pretty cool looking. It's a little more units than I thought, which I think, in my opinion, I actually like, in the sense it's for sale. So I do appreciate that. Can you remind me, Alex, during the planning and zoning, I thought there were some issues with like fire trucks or something with the original plan. Was that this one?
So the process this project went through started with a different kind of design. It originally had about 170 townhomes. The Planning Commission approved that layout, and then the developer decided they wanted to pursue this condo project option. With that shift, buildings did get a little bit taller and a little bit tighter. And so as we were going back through that review process, the fire department did call out some aerial access concerns on a few of the buildings. So we had it on the Planning Commission agenda. We had to pull it off so that it could be revised to address those concerns, but we've since had them taken care of. fire department is on board with the layout. They're happy with the sprinklers and the fire access and the separations and everything. So yeah, there were some concerns during the process, but they've all been resolved as far as we can, or as much as we can do at this stage of the process. Fire and engineering and planning staff will continue to review the plans before they get built. And then our building reviewers will also take a stab at them a little later this summer or later this year.
Great, thanks. And to me, they look just a little different than a lot of things we've seen. So that's why I like it. I feel like sometimes we get a lot of just the same looking, vanilla looking project. And this one, just with the layout, you know, the pickleball courts, you know, sort of the garage parking. Overall, I want to say I really like this idea, and hopefully, you know, we generate more slightly different looking, you know, projects, you know, all around. I think that brings character. So I like this project generally.
I would like to echo Councilmember Brown. This project is very exciting to me. When I saw the new plans in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I immediately took some notes about it and said that, you know, this is the kind of development that I think people want to see, probably citywide, but specifically in the Jordan Bluffs area. This is the kind of development, when we approved the housing to go in the Jordan Bluffs, this is probably the best case scenario that we were envisioning for back there. So I want to say, you know, how excited I am for this project to start as soon as possible. I think it will add the character and charm back there that everyone's kind of expecting there to be. And if there's a 1-bedroom condo available for me, let me know.
Not to talk to the developers about that one.
Well, I certainly like the idea that they're going to be for purchase. I think that really makes a big difference. So I'm good for this.
And whether, I mean, as you see, the condos over by Topgolf, they're for purchase, but a lot of them are rented out. So whether they end up being owner occupied or renter occupied, I think it's a great project.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any questions for Alex? Eric? Oh. Any questions then? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we suspend the rules and adopt resolution 2020 R25 authorizing the mayor to enter into the development agreement for the Jordan Bluffs condos project as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion with a second. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none. Rory, would you ask the question, please?
Yes, Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Emphatic yes.
Sperry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
and Robinson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That resolution passes.
Thanks, everybody.
The next resolution is R2020 R26, approving the term sheet for the contract extension and amendments with ACE Disposal. Glenn, you're back up. Hello, Glenn.
There we go. Okay, I'm coming. I'm just trying to find my screen here. I have a few too many things open, apparently.
Yeah, easy to do.
Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hide everybody here. and you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I know we have never talked about this before, but here we go. So this is a little bit different arrangement than I'm used to. We came down to a pretty tight timeline where we have to have things in place before July. So I'm going to go over a term sheet that's going to set the parameters of the agreement that we need to sign. But before we do that, I'll kind of give a quick history here. So in 2010, the city and ACE, I'm just going to refer to them as ACE, entered into an agreement for solid waste service. There's been a number of extensions to that agreement and some changes in service along the way, but they haven't been memorialized or documented. So as part of the current changes, we're going to get past changes in there. An example would be the cost sharing of recycling costs. We need to amend the current agreement to facilitate program changes to the bulky waste, and then we will also extend the agreement. As you are well aware, the sanitation fund balance is not good. We need to make some changes to program services and or a fee increase. We've had lots of discussions recently about that. There's 4 points that were kind of major points in creating a decision. And last council meeting, direction was kind of given. So council indicated to make no changes to curbside recycle and mixed waste. The only change requested is to the bulky waste program, moving from a monthly curbside to a twice-a-year service. That meets the 4 criteria most closely. So we're still going to need a rate increase, but by cutting the yearly bulky to a twice-a-year cuts about $1,000 annually from the budget. So the required fee increase goes from $194 to $129 monthly. We're still going to continue to provide a bulky waste service, just less frequency. If residents need something more frequent, they still have the ability to rent a dumpster, but it will cost $200, $206.20 to be exact. One of the other concerns was the protection of stormwater and regulatory compliance. This doesn't quite get us there, but it does reduce the frequency of the issues. So we're headed in the right direction. And we are maintaining a recycle program, and that there's no changes to recycling at all. Excuse me. So based off of that direction and moving there, we have put together a term sheet, negotiated the major points, and we'll create an agreement off of that. The major points that details the scope of work, identifies some of the services as optional. This will give us some flexibility in the future. Some examples there would be the glass recycle dumpster, annual hazardous or e-waste and hazardous waste, and paper shredding events. Those things, if the economic climate changes, you know, we can opt out of those, and just gives us some flexibility. In the current contract, I wanted some more details on some documentation and reporting, so that will be in there. Some monthly reporting on recycle numbers and total tonnages and customer complaint resolutions, etc. The rates in the term sheet are based off our current contract, which is a bit vague in the annual CPI increase, but this year it's 3.1%. And in the new contract, it will clear up some of that vagueness and pin down exactly where the CIP number comes from and the dates that set that. This last bullet point is not in the term sheet. I thought about it afterwards, but it will be in the new agreement. Currently, There was an arrangement in the first contract that Midvale wanted their logo stamped on the carts, on the actual garbage cans. That put the liability on the city. If we were ever to switch contractors, we would have to purchase those cans. And I don't know if another contractor would like to empty a can that, that has ACE on it. So moving forward, the city logo will not be on the cans, and it removes that liability. Okay, some important points here so that you're fully aware of what's happening. Bulky waste will only be offered twice a year. There will be detailed parameters for residents to follow, and then an education plan to go along with that. There will be, strict guidelines on the timing and location, what's allowable, non-allowable, size, weight requirements, an amount requirement, which is, roughly a pickup truck load, and then some containment requirements, things that might need to be boxed or bagged or bundled depending on what the items are. Those requirements are to facilitate the negotiated rates with ACE and help with aesthetic issues, that come along with the curbside bulky program. And it will also assist with consistent messaging and enforcement. Another thing, the leaf bag program will be discontinued. Bagged leaves may be disposed of during the fall bulky curbside event. We may implement on a trial basis this fall some leaf dumpsters, and possibly the same with Christmas tree dumpster, but the leaf program will end. Mixed waste dumpsters will still be offered, but we're going to discontinue the option of a green waste dumpster in anticipation of green waste operations ending at Transjordan. So are there any questions or clarifications needed up to this point? And have you all had a chance to review the term sheet?
Glenn, just a real quick question. Removing the logo, as you said, does that mean if we would go with another company, we'd have to reissue all new dumpsters throughout the city, or cans, I should say?
It would be a negotiating point with the new contractor on how we would handle that. But currently, any of the carts out there. So originally, there was a prorated buyback, which was basically we were free and clear after a can had been out there 10 years. But I don't know how ACE has been tracking that, and if like replacement cans or new cans, there's cans of all kinds of ages out there, fairly complicated. Just want to remove the issue altogether and have clean cans moving forward.
Okay, so is that gonna cost anything extra for us? Okay, because that's what I mean. It's not a big issue, and if it's going to cost money, then I'd say
it will
forget
just make things cleaner in the future if we decide, when we go out for our next RFP, and if we decide to go with another contractor, it will clean things up.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, I would ask you to consider Resolution 2020 R26.
Finally.
You said it.
Well, are we ready for a motion, or are we still discussing?
That's up to you. I'm ready for a motion. Unless there's questions or you need clarification on anything.
I think the mayor's on mute. I think he's talking.
I can't see anybody right now, just my screen.
Mayor's not only on mute, I lost that agenda. Every time I move back to where it's vote time, I lose my agenda.
I think we have the motion up here.
We need a motion. Motion been made?
No, Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2020 R26, approving the term sheet and its guidance in modifying and extending the current agreement between Midvale City and East Disposal.
Second.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second. So
Okay. Any questions or comments? Sorry.
Hey, Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Barry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson. Heidi?
Yes, sorry.
All right. Okay, so that approved. Thank you. All right, now we'll move to the final action item. Consider ordinance 2020-008, emergency zoning ordinance for State Street zone. Alex?
Hello again, council members. Apologies for the very late notice on this one. This was a topic that came up pretty recently in some of our discussions with interested developers. So as a little bit of background, when we annexed the east half of Midvale, we had to go through an ordinance amendment process at that time to bring in the county's ordinances from the unincorporated area. And then a few years later, we went through an overhaul and rewrote every zone in the city and applied new standards to every zone that we created and then every property that those applied to. Part of that was writing this zone for State Street. Before, it was part of the old C2 zone, which is essentially the regional commercial zone we have today. But then in that overall effort, and then in the years that followed, it was rewritten to promote a more mixed use sort of development, something that quite frankly hasn't really happened on State Street in the time since. But we got a call last week from a developer interested in purchasing some property, and he had some questions about the development process for a mixed use project on State Street. And it prompted us to look through the ordinance and realize that there are no parking standards for a mixed use project, for the residential portion of a mixed use project in the State Street zone. There are standards for projects that are strictly residential. There are standards for projects that are strictly commercial. And there are standards for commercial aspects of mixed use projects, but nothing for those residential components. So because we think that it'd probably be a bad idea to allow residential projects or mixed use projects to happen on State Street without parking standards, we proposed that the council consider an emergency or temporary zoning ordinance to implement a standard while we, on the staff level, work on developing appropriate ordinance requirements with regards to that kind of parking standard. So in the staff report, I've given you kind of the goals of the State Street zone. So you can see that we are trying to promote a mixed use type of corridor. So it does make sense to keep some of those requirements in place. We do want to see some redevelopment on that street. You know, there are a lot of old properties that haven't really seen a whole lot happen in the time since, a lot of non-conforming or pre-existing uses and lots in the area. We just want to make sure that when they do redevelop, they do so in a manner that is respectful of the adjacent communities and neighborhoods behind them. So what we're proposing here is a temporary ordinance that would establish essentially the highest, it would copy the highest parking standard we have in the city, which is the RM25 zone for residential projects, and apply that to all residential components of mixed use projects, but also retain all of the mixed use opportunities that the State Street zone currently provides. Both the city code and the state code allow the city council to adopt an emergency ordinance for up to 6 months in length, as long as the council makes a finding that there is a compelling countervailing public interest in doing so. And we at the staff level think that the potential negative impacts of unregulated residential and mixed use development in the State Street and adjacent neighborhoods warrant that kind of response. So we've prepared this ordinance that kind of documents how the reasoning behind putting this ordinance into place, and also provide some instruction on how we at the staff level are supposed to move forward.
So is this every property touching State Street?
It is not every property touching State Street. It's every property in the State Street zone. I can share a map with you to give you an
I'm
idea.
just trying to look on the, is it in the packet?
I did not include a map in the packet. No, this was, I didn't have a whole lot of time to put this together, so I wanted to try and get it to you as early as possible. But here, I'll share my screen so you can see that zoning map, and I can point out what kind of properties this will affect. So here's our zoning map posted on the city's website. The State Street zone is this orange band that runs through the center of the city. So you'll notice that it's not every property that touches State Street. We've got some little bits of RM25. This is our TOD at Center Street, clean industrial down where Reladine is. And then it moves down into Sandy. So it's pretty much everything except that kind of TOD section, and then some of these other ones that are smaller and already developed.
What's the housing density going to be in that orange area? Does it say in this?
So the State Street zone doesn't currently have a density requirement. It uses the height limit, the setbacks, the landscaping, and now with this, a parking standard to set kind of a limit on density based on what sort of improvements the projects make.
I don't know how I'm going to explain it to people that live by this area. If they say, how dense can this be built? How can I answer that question? That answer will not make sense to most people.
Well, this has nothing to do with the density we're talking about. It's just parking.
Yep.
So if we want to change the density, we got to go back and look at the ordinance of how dense.
I don't know why it needs to be emergency if it's just for parking alone. That's what I.
The risk is if we don't have an emergency or a temporary ordinance like this in place, we could get a project that comes in and provides essentially no parking for a residential component. And we don't want to see that happen. So putting
I thought like the opposite with you about this like the other day on like Main Street when you wanted to get rid of all the parking. So I'm like conflicted now with you, Alex.
Well, this is one where Main Street has a different set of goals than
Right.
State Street. I mean, if you don't want to pass the emergency ordinance, that's fine with me. I can tell folks that we don't have parking standards for residential components. We thought at the staff level that it would probably be more appropriate for us to have at least this kind of temporary ordinance in place long enough for us to explore a little bit further what sort of standards should apply to that kind of development. It might be that the result is no parking standard, and if that's the case, then we'll have arrived there through a planning effort. My guess is that we'll probably have a standard that is at or somewhat lower than the number that's proposed in this temporary ordinance when that's done.
Just interesting because I feel like a lot of it, except for a few areas I can think of, is sort of built out now. So is there like proposed projects we're nervous about? I'm just surprised by this, I guess. I don't think it's good or bad. I'm just trying to understand this, you know.
I don't have a specific project. I had a developer call and say they were looking at buying 3 acres and putting on, he said 170 units, and just looking at what that would mean on that property, it would result in potentially the neighborhoods to the west of it. It was on the west side of State Street, having a lot of on-street parking for those residents if the developer pushed the boundary of what they could do on the property.
So what this really means, if we leave it the way it is right now, they're going to be able to put a lot more units on than if we have a parking standard that they have to meet. So you have to ask.
Right, Alex?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, but passing the parking, you're reducing the density that can go there.
It just was a weird one in the packet, and without the map, I was really confused at first. So this is helping me a lot more because I thought we had like the TOD and stuff. So
Yeah, this wouldn't do anything with the TOD zones on Center or on 72. Those are separate zones. It's just kind of this orange band through the middle around it.
I just think that we need to do this, and then we can have a big discussion about what we really want there and make changes if we need to. this will help with less density right at the moment.
Yep.
Than more. And if we want more, then we can go back and change it.
Yeah, this ordinance, if it's adopted, it would take effect immediately, and it would last until either 6 months has passed or the council adopts a new ordinance that specifically calls out parking standards in the zone. So we can go back and revisit the whole zone, or we can just look at parking. We can have that discussion in a little bit greater detail when it's a little bit less pressing than potentially having, a couple hundred units pop in with no parking standards.
Okay.
Further questions for Alex? Okay. Is there anyone who'd like to make a motion on this?
Mayor, I move that we adopt ordinance number 2020-0-08, an ordinance establishing temporary land use regulations regarding parking for mixed-use development in the State Street SSC zone as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Rory, would you call the question, please?
Yes, Councilmember Gettle,
Yes.
Barry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Yes.
and Brown.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Alex. We'll now move to discussion items. To first of all, discuss the fiscal year 2021 community development budget. Nate Rockwood.
All right. There you go. I'm back. Okay, let me share my screen. So this is going to be the shortest budget presentation that I think I've ever done in my career. I've got 4 slides and 2 of them are totally unnecessary, but tell me when it pops up.
Got it.
Got it? Okay. All right, so this is the 2021 tentative budget for Community Development Department. That's weird, it didn't go to the, there it goes. Okay. So here's the 2 meaningless slides. Okay, so here's the budget. So since the COVID has come in, then originally the community development divisions had initial request of about 251,000. We eliminated those, and so we're proposing no new requests. What we are doing for 2021 is retaining enough training budget to cover the requirements for certification and staff education that is needed. Some of the other just sort of semi-administrative things is the business licensing division was consolidated into the admin piece. And then the one major sort of piece is repurposing the funding that was put in for originally there was $150,000 over this current fiscal year and next fiscal year that was going into looking over the entire land use planning zoning ordinances and sort of revamping those. Instead, what we've decided to do is, in order to support the form-based code on Main Street, is to use half of that funding for a study that will do an assessment of the infrastructure on the Main Street area, the utilities, parking right away, parcel evaluation. We'll see how much we can get out of that. I don't know if we'll be able to get everything, but we're gonna put together a scope to get that in place so that we know what infrastructure improvements we need to make to support the form-based code that was just put in. The other 75,000 of that, which would have been in 2021, we're reducing by that amount. So then also a reduction in contract services in engineering by 50,000. That will still leave sufficient funding to do the engineering studies or work, consulting work that's needed to be done within engineering. So that's the basic of community development. Again, this is from the retreat, but we still feel that we'll be able to maintain that high customer service level with this budget. We'll be able to implement the objectives of the general plan, the Main Street Small Area Plan, and the housing plan, and then continue to support that development in Jordan Bluffs, Bingham Junction, and the revitalization of the Main Street area. Engineering is working through completing the curb and gutters and sidewalks and the pavement management projects. So those will continue to be on track, continue to collect GIS data points, which we need, and then continue to do the bigger projects that we have in Jordan Bluffs, which are Zion's, the RSL training facility, and then the overall master plan for that area. So I could go into more detail. I have all the budget things, all of these here, but that's the basic overview of the community development department budget. If there's any questions, then I'd be happy to answer any of those.
Questions for Nate? All right, Nate. Thank you. We even had less questions than you had slides.
Thanks.
The next item is discuss the proposed fiscal 2021 administration budget to include city council, general administration, community, intergovernment relations, telecommunications, public safety. Kane, we've been waiting for you.
Thanks, Mayor. Now I just have to find it. There it is. So these are the budgets that come under the city manager. If I can get it to work. There we go. Mayor and City Council budget, administration, community and intergovernmental relations, telecommunications, and public safety. First, we'll cover the mayor and city council. No big changes here, except for had to be an adjustment for the benefits on the council side. On the very bottom, you'll see the number of FTE assigned to this budget. So 2.5 council members because you're part-time, and then a part-time mayor, so a total of 3 FTE. We combined the education and travel budgets into one line item this year, so you can see that. And miscellaneous services, we dropped that by $4,700 this year, down from 5,700 down to 1,000. So overall, the total increase for the budget, even with the larger amount in benefits, was only 3.5% increase for the mayor and city council budget. Administration, the big change here is we took the communications director out of this budget and put that position into its own budget, and she'll be presenting following my presentation. We did combine so you'll see that change in the benefits and salaries. Also, under education and travel, we again combined those two into one line item. Professional services, we dropped by $10,000 from $15,000 down to $5,000. So that was a significant drop. And then overall, we dropped this budget 10.2% or about $60,000. As you can see there, the city manager, assistant city manager, and the executive assistant are all in this budget. So 3 full-time positions in this budget. Under community and intergovernmental relations, this is where our grants come from this is where our grants are for Boys and Girls Club, Arts Council, CBC. You can see those in the professional services. We did up that budget $5,000 this year. And we dropped the grant to the Boys and Girls Club by $10,000. That $10,000 was for the roof, our participation in the roof repair. This year, I might add that we've been contacted recently by the Boys and Girls Club to suspend their lease payments to us. So we haven't brought that up with the city council, but something they would like to talk about here in the near future as they're trying to get through this COVID-19 pandemic. But we budgeted for $40,000 for them for their grant this year. A grant to the Arts Council of $30,000 last year. We gave them a grant of $45,000. They felt like $30,000 would do them this year with their inability to put a lot of things on during this first part of the year. So they felt like that was adequate for them this year. And then the grant to the CBC, that was a 2-year adjustment. So it's we've adjusted from $78,000 down to $40,000. I might add that $24,000 of that comes back to us through a rental of the old seminary building to the Head Start program. So we turn around and give that back plus $16,000 to this CBC program, which they're very grateful for. And then the senior citizens, we dropped that increased that $5,000 from $2,200 to $7,200. So overall, that budget went up about 27% or about $85,000. There's a total of a van driver. There's a van driver, part-time van driver, and a part-time receptionist for the museum budgeted out of this budget. Telecommunications, this is our Utopia bond payment. As you can see, we get a reimbursement from UIA. This reimbursement is from our operations, the money that we paid into operations a few years ago to keep the doors open and the lights on for Utopia. They're now paying that back. So we're receiving some money back from that. As you can see, total will actually come out a little bit better in this budget than we did last year. That bond payment goes up by about 2% per year over the life of the bond, so that increases. So one thing that I will show you here is recurring revenue. If you look back at 2012, we were about $550,000 a month. This is our total revenue between UIA and Utopia, and now we're we're about $1.9 million a month in revenue. So we've made some huge strides in revenue. What that means is, and I'll go to the next slide. This is our bond payment. The orange line here is our bond payment. This each time we take out a bond, this goes up. You can see, but you can see what our revenue is doing also. Now, what that means is once we finally get the systems paid for and finally build out in all 11 cities, then this difference, once we take out the operating cost for Utopia and keep some in for replacement costs, that money all comes back to the cities to offset our bond payments. So I am looking forward to the day that money comes back to the city and offsets our bond payment of $800 and some odd, well, $900,000 a year. So that's exciting to see our revenue growing that much. So that means we're ready to take out another bond. I think this fall they'll be taking out another bond or another build, but then that revenue also all goes up because we're adding new connections.
Kane, do they have a projection on when they think that will happen?
We'll be totally built out in 2022, spring of 2022. So I would think by 2023 budget year, we're going to start seeing money come back to the cities, and then the revenue then gets shared. The revenue over and above our expenses gets shared back to the cities.
Okay. That's
a good day. So you can see here, this is our availability, total addresses available. We're almost 100,000 properties that it's available to, and there's our total subscribers now. I know we're over 26,000 subscribers. So we're doing really well. I expect our numbers to come up in Midvale, which is the light blue. We've been kind of flat, but that's changing now very rapidly, especially after we've gone through this COVID-19 pandemic. So that's the good news for Utopia, and we will eventually build our way out of this. Something I was starting to wonder about back about 10 years ago. Public safety. The professional services, the blue line, that is our emergency management contract that pays for Julie Harvey, who's employed by UFA. That's our portion of her costs. So it's we budgeted $40,000. $48,000 is what we spent this year because we were still doing work with another emergency management contract to update our emergency management plan. That's done now, and Julie's proofreading that and getting it ready to bring into the city council for approval. So that's turned out to be, she's been a very valuable asset to us through this pandemic. Been able to get us a lot of supplies, materials, and really helped us out a lot. So I've been very pleased with the way that contract's worked out with UFA. The big one here is our Unified Police Department contract. As you can see, we're down to just, I think the latest number is actually below 3%. So our total increase proposed for this year, thanks to UPD, command staff, and the sheriff, and a special thanks to our Chief Thomas for actually making further cuts in our own precinct. We're down below 3%, as you'll see on the next slide, for our budget increase this year. So this looked really ugly back about a month ago, but is now looking. This is the kind of increases that we've been asking or telling the UPD board that these are the kind of increases we can deal with. 3%, 4%, we can deal with that. You start getting over 4%, cities have a rough time trying to find the money to do that, especially when our contract's pushing $9 million. So special thanks there to Chief Thomas for his work on this. This is the latest budget sheet that Chief was talking about. This is what the sheriff's going to be presenting. So here's Midvale's our new number is 8.8 8.9 million. So it's about a 2.9% increase over last year, which is a number we can work with. That includes a 2.75% merit increase, or a 2.75% merit and a 2% market adjustment for those that are out of the market. So I have
can you just for that? I know there was some. I didn't understand whenever they were saying a percentage merit increase was actually a larger actual percentage increase. Do you know what I mean? Like we saw the numbers from Chief Thomas that said a 3% merit increase roughly equaled, I think it was 6 or 7%. So is that still what we're looking at as far as the police officers and their increases go? Because I know that number that came before the word merit was not the actual percentage that they were getting.
Councilman Gittle, you might, are you referring to market versus merit? Would that be the difference you're talking about?
Yes. Sorry, I mixed up them words.
Yeah, this is the 2% market across the board. The merit only affects 40% just due to the seniority and the top out of the wages.
Okay, so do you know roughly? I'm just curious what percentage, the increase is going to, the average increase is going to be. Because that, the 2.7 merit is kind of too much jargon for me. I would just like to hear a number that says we're giving a 6% pay increase and not a 2.7 market merit, whichever one I've already forgotten.
Well, we're at 2% market, which will affect every single sworn. And then if you add 275 onto approximately 40% of our sworn, they're the ones that are actually still in the STEP program where they're not completely out. So I don't know if that clarifies it for you, but it in essence 40% would be receiving a 4.75%.
So what he's saying is 60% of their officers are top down.
Okay.
So they're not eligible for the merit, but the 40% that are get the merit plus the market adjustment.
Okay. So yeah, that's kind of the number that I would be more interested in hearing next time. I know it drills down a little bit more, but I think it's important for us to know who's getting what actual percentage increase, and even those who aren't getting anything. I think that would be helpful to our discussion in the future.
I have two kind of questions that piggyback on that. The chief might be able to answer. I just remember that sort of, we kind of the spreadsheet that was passed around on comparing, how much we pay our officers, our sergeants, and so on, compared to other cities. What tier does most of that 40% fall into, Chief? Like, is that mostly the lower levels? Because that's where it seemed like we got hit the hardest. Where we were upside down was our police officers were underpaid and compared to other cities, and we were kind of at market with other positions. So I'm just trying to, I kind of want to know if that gap is being bridged with this 40%.
Yeah, and that may have been if you'll recall, there was an email or I put out just I listened in on the finance committee meeting a while back, and it's when I didn't have, Kane or the mayor wasn't on there, so I spoke for the city. It was a little uncomfortable, but I did say that we had gone through the tentative budget of a 2% market, possibly with a 275. And during the discussion, I believe it was Mayor Dolly of Holiday City, there was kind of a feel for wanting to add another market percentage in there, and that bumped it up considerably, and I think it probably offended some of the council, and it may have been the tone of my email, but they're very complimentary of Midvale's position and the true partnership that was involved. So but yeah, there's been this slow trend to try to get our employees up in the if not the top third, the top three of and that's per rank. and I do have some statistical information that if you don't have it, I can forward. I don't know that it includes, I know at one time we discussed it at UPD command, and it may come up tomorrow at the UPD board, that showed where, perhaps even this year in these times, this 2% might gain more market share than a lot of departments that are absolutely unable to make this move. So, and that was kind of the consensus of the UPD board during the last meeting. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I just have like another sort of off question thought that you may be able to answer. One of my big kind of concerns when we spoke with the UPD, when Chief Mazarin and the CFO were there, was I think you're doing a good job with your budget already. And what I don't necessarily like is a lot of our negotiation power seems to come from our precinct. And so is most of our cost savings coming from our precinct being cut? Like,
yeah, absolutely. And the reason being is the pooled service or shared service. Last year we did extreme cuts to the point where any more would make a significant, in essence, you'd lose a lot of service. So, and if you can see, typically Midvale share is in the high 14, if not just barely 15% of the total pooled service or regional service. And that's based on that formula, the shared service formula that you've discussed and had some concern with. Now's a good time to mention, and I'm hoping the council got a copy of what Lisa Dudley projected as if this current year, if we did not have the 2017 high caseload, the actual contract as it sits right now would probably be a reduction of almost a full % of last year or current year's contract total. So we will roll off that 3-year average, that 3-year rolling average that presents in that shared service formula. And that's something we can slightly project for next year is, we've seen with my monthly reports, you see I do that case trend average. We still have that anomaly of 2017. And since then we've rolled off that, and it's been very consistent. So I look forward to that. And definitely hope we can work through that.
I think you do a good job for our city, and I don't want to lose money for our city for pooled services doesn't change. That was like just a big concern I had. I understand that they had cuts. I just still think, the way this should go is not necessarily cut from our city that much. So I'm just trying to understand it. That's why I asked.
Well, it's kind of a bigger, if I think it was Councilman Glover mentioned a few meetings ago that UPD needs to cut, the city's cutting, the employees are not seeing anything this year, and yet UPD is going forward in the market. If I make the equivalent of 14% in pooled services to, if we were to cut, say, that sergeant in pooled services, it would only be a 14% of that sergeant reduction in Midvale. So by taking a full FTE out of Midvale, it's a significant cut. Before we were just below 5%. And by making that move, and it's honestly, it's created by the economic environment because they do good work, and I'm going to rally to try to get that position back in the future. But that move right there is the adjustment that we need to make to assist Midvale, to stay with Midvale and, be a good partner. While at the same time, I'm not willing to, get to a point where there's an officer safety issue or where the community is going to feel, a significant, I'm not willing to take away from for instance, our patrol officers, which are heavily weighted, our directed enforcement unit, they're kind of our surgical, we sick them on, problem houses, nuisance houses, and those are often long time investigations. So I really had to pick where I feel I could, make a significant move to help the city of Midvale while, still the community is as safe as it was prior.
All right, thanks. I know it's a lot of uncomfortable questions, but I appreciate it.
No, I as usual, with any council member, I'm all about transparency. In fact, I almost, in talking to Kane, the city manager, early on in these meetings, I tried to get the numbers and the direction out ahead of time. And sometimes it's a double-edged knife because you can see where we start and where we end up. And it's not haggling. It's really, carving down a 3-year process and working through this budget. And it's ideal that I can ask our CFO now to project where we would be at, in essence this year if we didn't have that high caseload, and definitely gives us a solid direction of where we're going to go next year or be at next year. And, and that may coincide with the goal that you had, or you mentioned earlier, is truly getting our employees up where they're at least in the top third, if not the top 3. And, that's not a quick process either.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions on my budget? If not, that concludes my presentation.
Mayor, you're muted.
So I was, thank you. We'll next have the discussion of the fiscal 2021 proposed communication budget. Laura Magnus.
Hello, Mayor. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Tonight I am going to be talking, like the mayor said, about the communications and public outreach budget. Kane had mentioned that this is being taken out of his budget and into my budget. So the first thing I want to go over is harvest days. I've been serving on a lot of community groups with the Utah League of Cities. I'm on their events planning group and with all of the different cities in the northern Utah, trying to address how we're going to implement the guidelines that are set forth by the state and some of the confusion that we have on some of those guidelines. And I'm also on the Salt Lake County work group for events. And I'll just be quite honest, it's a little bit, we get a lot of mixed information. So when I was on the county event meeting this week, I talked a little bit about how Midvale City wants to plan for harvest days. We understand it's going to be on a smaller scale. We're going to be very safe. And explained that our event is at the end of July through August 1st. And I was told by a representative of the county that if we think that we might be green by that time, by August 1st, end of July, that is very, very optimistic. But then on the other hand, the mayor heard from Lieutenant Governor Cox that we might be green by, would you say, Mayor, June 1st?
Yeah,
so,
July maybe.
July
Yeah.
maybe. So even if we do say we turn green July 1st, one of the challenges is we have to submit a mass gathering permit to the county, and they're not even reviewing mass gathering permits until we turn green. Therefore, and they have 30 days to review. So I don't even know if they'll speed up the review and let us still have our events, or if they're gonna say, we don't have time to review this and not allow us a mass gathering for the events. So I wanted to bring a few different options to the council so that we could discuss how you would like us to proceed. And I have found some really great partners that will work with us. So the first idea I wanted to discuss is, that's weird. Okay, the first option is option number 1. And that is for, we originally talked about a $10,000 budget for the 2020 harvest days. And what we can do for that budget, because typically our budget is $68,000 for harvest days. That includes about $12,000 for our float. And plus that we have youth ambassadors that are about $5,000. So that totals it up to our budget including the float, Harvest Days entertainment, everything for Harvest Days, and the youth ambassadors is about 73,000. So if we're bringing that down to 10,000 and we're doing this in a smaller scale, the couple options I have are the first option, which is to still hold the neighborhood block parties. That's one thing that we did discuss again in this county meeting. They really want us to guide and direct our community on how we have to hold those parties and the social distancing requirements we'll have even as we move into the green phase. So we'd have to really do some important messaging about those neighborhood block parties. And what I recommend is holding those neighborhood block parties July 27, 28, and 29. And what that is that's the Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night of the Harvest Days week. We usually do the Hall of Honors on that Wednesday night, but we did bring up the idea to or actually they brought the idea up to us, the Arts Council, about holding the Hall of Honors on Friday night, because even if we go into green, we really want to protect the community, and we felt like it would be best to have that event outside instead of inside a building so that more people can come, especially with social distancing. So we would move the Hall of Honors event to Friday night, which is the same night as the Arts Council's Summer in the Park concert that they still have scheduled just in case. So on that Friday night, we would have the Hall of Honors event and the concert in the park. So we wouldn't do that on Wednesday night, which means we can have that night for the neighborhood block parties. And then for the week of Harvest Days, July 27th through 30th, we would do a Harvest Days virtual scavenger hunt. Several cities have done these virtual scavenger hunts where you do some fun activities with your family or individuals, and you earn points, and based on the points that you earn, it's an app that you download. So we would have to buy into that app. And several cities, like I said, have used it, and it's been very successful. People would earn prizes based on their points, and if they win the big prize, they get a bigger prize. And we could also encourage businesses, which I've already spoken with. I know businesses have been hit hard, but one of the, in the app, you are given missions to accomplish, and you get so many points for each mission. And so, for example, you can target Hand and Stone Massage. You could mention them with the at like, what am I trying to say? Post on social media, something about Hand and Stone, and make sure that you like their page, and you would get a point. So I've already received a gift certificate towards that from Hand and Stone. So we could get businesses involved and help them promote even for a $10 donation. So they wouldn't have to spend a lot of money. This virtual scavenger hunt, like I said, would run from July 27th through 30th. That would replace bingo night, since again, bingo night is very, very crowded. We wouldn't want to do that, but this still is a fun activity that gets people outside safely, spends time as a family, and wins prizes. The other thing would be on Saturday, August 1st, we would have an opening band, which I'm still looking for if anyone has ideas. And I did find a band for 8 o'clock. That would be Chris Peterson. He is a country singer that is born and raised in Morgan, Utah, and currently lives in Cedar City, Utah. He is very, very popular, has a big following here in Utah, and it looks like he might be on the next season of America's Got Talent. So we would use him for that evening. The thing that I really like about him, other than he's a great singer, is his manager has agreed to, if we aren't in the green phase, even if we find out a week before, we won't have to pay anything. So that's a great partner to be able to find, because they understand our situation, because we'd want to be able to save that money to do an event later on when we're in the green phase. So they'll work with us, which is wonderful. That, without the fireworks show, would be $10,000. That would fit in with the $10,000 budget I was given, but I wanted to also let you know, if you wanted to do the fireworks show, there is an option number 2, and that's an additional $12,000. That's how much our fireworks cost. We could ask them to do it for less if we wanted to, because they'll work within our budget. Whatever budget we give them is the fireworks show that they will do for us. So option number 2 is including a fireworks show in those events, and that total budget would be $22,000. So no fireworks, $10,000, fireworks, $22,000. Those are the 2 options. Unless the third option is you want to just not try to plan for this, save the $10,000 for an event later in the year. Some cities are talking about coming in together and doing a citywide huge event to celebrate heroes, honor people who have passed, and I've been very adamant that we need that budget to stay under $10,000, and they understand that. One of the ideas they have is a huge light show that you could see from all over the valley, kind of like the Disney light show when you go to Disneyland. So that's a third option that we could save the money for some community-wide event. The next page before we make decisions I wanted to talk about was the, in addition to having to budget for this year's fiscal year, this year, calendar year 2020 harvest days, we also have to put some money in the budget for 2021 harvest days. And the reason for that is our harvest days are held in the end of July, beginning of August, and I have to put down deposits and pay for things ahead of time. So I've budgeted about $12,000 that we would need to save in this year's fiscal budget, fiscal year 21 fiscal budget, fiscal year 21 budget, an additional $12,000 that we'd have to put aside for the calendar year 21 harvest days budget. So again, option number one is 22,000, which includes fireworks for this year, or option number two is 34,000 total. And again, 12,000 of that is for the 2021 harvest days.
And there was the option where we just put money away for 2020.
Yeah, we could do that. So those are our options, and they're hard decisions. So I wanted to make sure I gave you options so that we could discuss and make some decisions here today. Any questions?
I am of the opinion that we shouldn't do harvest days this year. I mean, if we're waiting till green, one of the complaints we've had about harvest day, or not complaints, one of the problems we've had such low turnout. I think waiting till the last minute, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to be the one city doing this, you know, the day it turns green, and then we have a hotbed of illness because I don't know. This doesn't seem like the smartest decision overall. I do like some of your ideas, you know, to involve the community. I do think July 24th, I think a lot of people want to do some gatherings locally. I think my neighborhood will do a lot of July 24th parties. So I highly doubt they're going to want to do a block party on the 27th.
That's a good point.
27th. Mm-hmm. I know because they're already talking about it.
Right.
You know? And I also don't necessarily want to, I don't know. It's an interesting situation with it being close to July 24th and COVID.
It is. Yep. I agree. Any other questions?
Did you want questions or discussion now? Because
discussion. Go ahead, discussion.
I agree with Councilmember Brown and think that it should be scrapped entirely. I think maybe we could do a fireworks display and have, I don't know. It seems like even that would be difficult to do because people, as you know, pack together at the park for the fireworks show. And the same with the concert. If we can't do bingo night, we can't do a concert either for the same reason. People would be too close.
Right.
So I think out of an abundance of caution this year, we should not do any of these public gathering events. And I think that while most people will be disappointed, myself included, I think most people will understand that with the unpredictable nature of the virus, and we don't know even what's going to happen throughout the summer months, as we've seen in other countries that are in their summer months now and have coronavirus, we can't count on summer eradicating the virus. So I think things are too unpredictable to even have a discussion of what events we do and don't want to have this year. I think we just scrap it, save for next year.
And I wouldn't mind putting extra money away for next year and doing a fireworks show that's $5,000 more than that, 12,000 or something like that. Like, why don't we just take the money and have a better fireworks show next year, a better band next year, you know, like take option 2 money for 2021.
Right.
That would be what I would like to do.
Well, we could also put the money away and maybe later, depending on what happens, we don't know what's going to happen, but maybe later in the fall, we could put on some type of display or something with fireworks. If we have the money sitting there and things actually get better, we can still do something.
So I guess that's the question is, do you want to put 22,000 away, 10,000 for a potential event and 12,000 for the 2021 calendar year harvest days? Or do you want to just put 10,000 away? I mean, 12,000 just for the 2021 harvest days event?
Let me just ask you a question about that. Did we do this last year? Did we put money in 2020 away for, or 2019 away for the 2020 harvest days?
Kyle, how does that work?
There's been some issues. Yeah, we haven't actually been putting money aside, but one of the tricky things is that these events span 2 fiscal years. And we've always been seeming to run into budget issues at the end of one fiscal year because, Laura's getting ready for the next year. We're having to scramble and do budget amendments. So I'm trying to think ahead so we're not having this mad scramble at the end to try to find money.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. I was
So it is new, yes.
Okay, this is like, wait a minute, we didn't do this before.
Right.
Normally what we have to do is we have to, in the last budget opening in the year, we have to put money in for deposits and stuff that, is for the harvest days in August. That's how it usually goes.
Yeah.
But all in all, I always stay under budget.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I don't mind putting extra away, like I said, to have a better one next year either.
I agree with Councilmember Brown. I think we do more for something yet next year.
I feel the same way.
So how much do you want to, put any in for this year?
No.
Okay, and how much more for next year?
Well, I mean, it looks like, is 12,000 what you need for next year to get things started on this side of the fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, because we can always, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense either for us to say, hey, we're going to put on a huge display next year because we might not have the money to do it. So I think
viruses or something too.
Yeah. I think,
you're right. We don't have to. We could plan for that next budget year. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, but if you need like $10,000 or something to play around with, for planning the 2021 harvest days, and what Kyle said makes perfect sense, that because it spans 2 different fiscal years, then yeah, we can have some money for next year, but we don't need to front end a huge amount now.
Okay. And I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. At what point do you want me to announce we're not holding harvest days?
So I've already talked about it with Arts Council and a lot of people. No one seems to be surprised
by
that.
I think a lot of people are already under the impression that it's canceled.
Okay. 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 Thank you very much. I'll go on to the next part of the budget. So when I started here, I had my very first part of my budget was $10,000. So I am very frugal with public funds. I feel like that's very, very important. So my budget really it stays at the same. It's $10,000, but we wanted to make sure and really have a good picture of how much money we're spending in total for community relations and communications. So that's why we've transferred some funds around. So if we're taking funds, for example, 12,000 out of IT and transferring it into the communications budget, that doesn't mean we're increasing the budget at all. So in reality, I haven't increased my budget at all since I first started here. So I want to make that very clear before I start on the next part. The $900 is what I've always budgeted for subscriptions and dues. So there's no change in that. Education and travel is $2,600. There's no change in that. IT equipment is an interfund that we give to the IT department to take care of us. There's no charge for that. I mean, no change. No change for communications and telephone. There is a one-time, last year we had a $7,500 budget for professional services. This next fiscal year, it would be $5,000. And the reason for that decrease of $2,500 is that $2,500 was a one-time census budget. So we could spend money on the census communications. And public relations, we took $6,700 out of Kane's community intergovernmental relations budget and transferred it into the communications budget. Public relations is our volunteer dinner and our Veterans Day event. So that totals $6,700. That hasn't increased at all. It's the same amount that we've had for years. The newsletter, I was able to negotiate a price. We have moved that from a lower price. We have moved that from community intergovernmental relations to the communications budget, and we've decreased that amount by $11,400. And I really appreciate the Journal for doing that with us so that we could keep the Journal and get those messages out there. The software platform is our public input platform. We have been using that platform a lot lately. And the reason we've been using it a lot right now is for messaging to the local businesses, asking them survey questions, and also some messaging that we're sending out to the community, specifically in relations to our parks phase-in plan on how we're going to be open in the green phase for all of our park amenities. There's some information out there that we're sending out. The miscellaneous, and that hasn't gone up. It's just transferred from information technology into the communications department. Miscellaneous supplies has increased by $500. That came from Kane's administration budget and it was moved into my budget. That $500 is increase for LED sign maintenance, the LED sign over at the park. That's for the maintenance of the sign. And the $2,300 increase is for LED sign AVI files. So I have the ability to change the messaging just where words come up and you see simple basic words, and there is some animation that's already in there. But if I want to create, for example, something for Public Works Week or any kind of fun animation, you might have seen the water drop for our water conservation water drop. I paid about $199 for someone to create that file. So that's what that is for. So I budgeted $2,300, which will give me about, if I buy them in bulk, I can get a price for about 11 or 12 of them for $2,300. So that's what that charge is for. So the only real increases are the transfers in funds, the $2,300 increase and the $500 increase for the LED sign issues. And then we had that deduction of $11,400 for the Journal. And so my total budget is listed here. The communications total budget is listed here. The $57,448 is our operating costs. That does not include harvest days, but that includes everything else. So are there any questions or comments on this slide?
My favorite part, Laura, was that you had to make sure you knew that you negotiated a lower rate for the newspaper. Instead of, if you negotiated higher rates, I'd probably be more concerned. But so I appreciate you clarifying that.
Thank you.
It looks good though.
Okay, thank you.
Laura, what's your sense about the Journal? Do you think it's going to survive? I know they were in trouble before all this happened.
Yeah, they have been, I would say, a lot more flexible lately. I've had challenges where I've had to submit articles so early in the month that it's just old news by the time it comes out. Yeah. They've been really letting me, like especially right now with COVID going on, they're giving me a lot more time to submit the articles, so it's more accurate and timely, I should say. I do know other cities are looking at other options, and it's a little challenging because so many people like receiving the information electronically, and their electronic online platform isn't very user-friendly.
No.
So
it definitely is not. I agree with that.
I would recommend they update that if they want to keep the business. So they're important. I mean, local papers are so important. I'd hate to see them go out because they give us a lot of the positive stories about the Canyon School District, for example, all the good things that are going on in town. So I hate to see a small newspaper go away, and I'm glad we could still support them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any final comments or questions for Laura? Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll now move to the next one, discuss the proposed FY 2021 fee schedule. Kyle?
Great, Mayor, thank you. Let me just get it loaded. Glenn already highlighted most of the changes, but we'll go through them just really quickly. There aren't a whole lot of changes being proposed with the fee schedule. The first one, as we've already discussed, is a 10% increase in waste collection fees. And I've listed those here. And as Glenn had mentioned, it's an increase of $1.29 for first canon recycling, which equates to about $15.50 a year for the resident. And just to reiterate why those changes are needed, as you know, is our Transjordan tipping fees have gone up, and Ace Disposal has a CPI increase built into their contract. And we have been using fund balance to make up the difference in years past, but this fund balance is extinguished in fiscal year 2020. As Glenn had also mentioned, the 3.1% increase from ACE also applies to our dumpsters. So we currently have a fee of $200 for those dumpsters. So the proposal would be to increase that to $206.20. And as Glenn had also mentioned, the fee schedule is proposing to eliminate the green waste dumpster reservation, since that will be ceasing at Transjordan shortly. Just to reiterate, as we already have discussed, right now with the July 1st fee schedule, we're not proposing any utility rate increases. The reason for that is we are proposing to do rate fee studies for water, sewer, and storm drain. The water rate study is actually funded this year, but we chose to wait until the water master plan was completed, and then also doing it in conjunction with the sewer rate study. There's some synergies there, since the sewer rate is integrated with how much water is used. One addition we do need to add to the fee schedule: when I was reviewing the fee schedules with the departments, in particular, it was actually my department, we realized with the addition of Jordan Valley, we now have a couple 8-inch meters we're billing for, but we don't have a 8-inch water meter rate on our fee schedule. We do have a formula we use to calculate those base rates based on a number of items. So the proposal would be $628.43 for that meter. It's a large commercial meter, of course, so that's why that fee is being recommended. So that is all the changes that are being proposed in the fee schedule. With the current environment, we felt it would be prudent to keep things around the same places they have been. Are there any questions? Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Now you can switch gears and discuss the proposed amendment to the fiscal 2020 budget in the general fund and other funds as necessary.
Great. I tried to make this as consolidated as possible. As you probably noticed in the packet, there's over 200 line items being proposed to be adjusted. So I tried to group them into different categories. As you probably remember, I did come in March with some proposed budget amendments at that time, and then due to the pandemic and some of the changes that were made there, we had held off making those adjustments. So the main one and the majority of those adjustments are to allocate the salary increases and insurance increases that were approved with the budget. The salary increases were done in December, and how they've been previously done is we budget those in an employee services department, and then later on through an amendment actually allocated back out to the departments. When I came in March, I had said that those were balanced. So the amount we had budgeted for insurance increases and salary increases equaled what we had set aside. This time it's actually a little higher by about $61,000. The reason for that is twofold. First is we had a longtime employee that retired. So with her retirement, we did have to pay out some comp time and then her vacation leave, which was a significant amount. In addition, when I was going through and doing salary projections, I realized in the budget we hadn't taken into account what's called the payroll accrual. I'll try to keep this simple since it's getting late and it's a lot of accounting talk. At the end of the year, our first payroll in July actually covers part of June. accounting requirements, we have to move some of that money back into June to estimate how much was actually for June's work. So that's the increase, the reason for that increase. In addition, there was a number of revenue reductions. So what I wanted to do with the knowledge that we would need to reduce revenues is to try to get the budget balance so the departments know what their spending limits were. And we'd also have some good revenue numbers to track and see how we're doing. So I reduced revenues by about 610,000 and then reduced expenses by about 900,000. In addition, we had just a few other adjustments that we need to do to the budget. The first one is there was the break-in at the cemetery. We did receive some insurance proceeds from that, so we would propose moving that back to the cemetery department so they can replace what was damaged or stolen. As approved by the council already, the paperwork for the Tiger grant for the crosswalk on Center Street. Part of that is we got a grant from Salt Lake County for $375,000 to help pay for that in addition to the Tiger grant funds. So that doing a budget amendment for that. As we had discussed in the March amendments, we hadn't budgeted for the HVAC replacement at the UPD building. I initially had requested the whole amount, which was over 100,000, but working with Glen, the Public Works Director, and what existing resources we had, we're only requesting an increase of about 76,000 on that, and then we'll use existing budget for the remainder. As discussed in March, we hadn't budgeted for this urban wildlife contract, so that'd be an increase to that line item. One thing requested that we are currently actively working on is a feasibility study for the police department. So the proposal would be to increase the amount by 18,000. This isn't, the actual contract amount is less than that, but I wanted to build in a contingency in case any additional work needed to be done or the consultant needed to do additional work that would cost them extra time. Also discussed in March, these last two, so we had discussed that we had a receivable on the books for the CBC. We actually have received the money for that, but it was put in the MBA fund and not the general fund. So I need to get that receivable written off so it's not just sitting on the books. So it's really an accounting entry of 53,000 that we need to budget. And then you as a council had expressed agreement to help the Boys and Girls Club with the roof replacement for 10,000. So this would be to put the budget in and get that paid to them. And one thing I did want to do, especially with the current environment, is try to reduce the amount of fund balance we were planning on using. We were planning on using around 166,000. I was able to reduce that by 114,000. So we're going into next year using less fund balance. So that was an important goal of mine. So that was the majority of the adjustments. So we'll just go through the rest. In capital projects fund, one thing we did do to reduce that fund balance usage and to match our expenses with our reduced revenues is reverse a transfer we had done from the general fund to capital projects, which funded our pavement management program, safe sidewalks and curb and gutter, 400,000. But we do have a new funding source that wasn't initially in the budget, which is transportation sales tax money. So after all of that is said and done, we're actually increasing our money to pavement management by about $268,000. In addition, that sale of surplus property on Fort Union Boulevard of about 46,000 that had been directed to go to pavement management. So this would accomplish that. Next is a CDBG grant that was approved by the council for ADA ramp reconstruction of about 232,000. This includes engineering work and a contingency. And then and this number will change after tonight if it's approved. The bank loan for the parking structure. So this number will change, but it's been put in the budget. And then as we discussed in March, there were just a few projects that had some carryover expenses of about $2,200, and that's getting funded through, we've received more in interest income than we were expecting. And then as we discussed in the general fund, we're transferring the county transportation funds to the capital projects fund to complete that project. And how that will work is UTA did the work on the project, but they're actually going to invoice us so we'll need to end up paying that. And then as Kane had discussed, the community center had some change orders. As the public work director said, there shouldn't be any more. I did put in an extra 100,000, which was a transfer from city park improvements. However, we most likely won't use all of this. We were expecting we might see more change orders, but it doesn't sound like that. So anything we don't spend here will just go back to the main city park budget. Just a couple, actually, this is the same item, but it's accounting treatment again. One is we had budgeted a vehicle purchase and a vehicle line item in the water fund, but we, after talking with finance, we just wanted to move that into the fleet fund to be expensed. It's for tracking and then capitalization purchases, and then this is the offset. So really there's an increase, it's just moving the money around to a different fund. So that's the budget amendments in a nutshell. Are there any questions or concerns about those? I went through it pretty fast and there were a lot of line items in the detail.
I have a question, which is probably shocking to 0 people. When you said a significant amount of PTO paid out, how many hours are we talking?
I don't know off the top of my head. I need to look.
It's just, I would like to create a culture where people use their PTO. So I don't know how we do that, because you earn it. And it could cause budget issues if you carry it for a long time and then try to cash it out for something like this. And people should be taking time off work. You know, I would like it if, you know, all the employees took, you know, stepped away for a minute, you know. So if there's a lot of PTO, it makes me worried that, you know, maybe some employees aren't taking enough time off. So I just would like to, you know, just encourage, you know, trying to get your staff to step away more. And that's for like all the leaders here, you know. That I'm not saying it's bad for them to cash out. I'm saying I'd like them to enjoy time away from work as much as they can.
Right. That's a good comment.
That was my thought. Sorry.
Sure.
Any other comment? Okay. Our next line item or item on the agenda is a closed session. I'd entertain a motion to go into a closed session.
Mayor, I would suggest that we
got it.
adjourn from the regular meeting, go into the RDA meeting, and then come back to the regular meeting.
Okay.
Mayor, I move that we adjourn this meeting and enter the RDA meeting.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Well, as soon as we get the RDA up and running, we will start there.
Can we take a few minute break? We're at, you know, like a
All right, I got 9:42. How many minutes do you want?
like 5.
All right, we got a 5-minute break.
guess this is the part where we all eat real fast and open up drinks.
I have a Ben and Jerry's, you know, that I'm kind of like hide at the moment. I just don't know if Kane likes my background. Dedicated to Kane.
Oh, I get it now. I was wondering the whole time what that meant.
All right, 9:47, 5 minutes is up. I'm calling the redevelopment agency to order. Welcome all of you that are still awake. Rory, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Board members. Kettle,
I'm here.
Perry. Book keep going. Brown.
I'm here.
Robinson.
Yep, I'm here.
Glover.
Here.
Barry.
I think he came in late.
Did you call me again? I'm here.
Okay.
All right. Laura, do we have any public comments for the redevelopment agency?
I am trying to check right now, Mayor.
Okay.
If we do, I would be absolutely shocked.
I know, right?
Have we ever?
The internet's very slow. I'm sorry, 1 minute. Here, let me look on my phone instead. No comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Laura. Our next item is a consent agenda. Consider the minutes of May 5th, 2020.
Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any questions or comments? Rory?
Okay, board member Brown.
Yes.
Kettle.
Yes.
Glover.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
And Robinson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have two action items. The first is to discuss and take action regarding resolution number 2020-06 RDA approving the terms for First Amendment to Tax Increment Reimbursement Agreement between Midvale RDA and Zions Bank Corporation NA. Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor. So you remember prior to finishing up for the end of December, the RDA board approved the original term sheet for Zions Bank on the Jordan Bluffs project area. We entered into a tax increment reimbursement agreement with them on May 4th of this year, and we're looking to amend a number of the items on that. Under the original agreement, the agency agreed to reimburse the owner for certain approved costs, providing that the owner satisfied certain minimum conditions pertaining to employment, solar, and sustainability with respect to the development of the property and conducting business operations within the Jordan Bluffs project area. As a part of the amendment, the owner has requested the following. To modify the requirements for satisfying the sustainability condition, specifically the LEED certification, to eliminate the employment condition and substitute a requirement that a parking structure be constructed on the site in accordance with a set of minimum design standards. These design standards are to be agreed upon by the developer, Zions, and the CD RDA director. The third point is to include a reimbursement to pay for 50% of the cost of the parking structure, and that's not to exceed 5.5 million. And this is to incentivize the construction of the parking structure for the benefit of the office building. And that is a part of what was agreed upon in the city council meeting earlier on. For more depth of the details of these amendments, the changing the silver LEED certification requirement that instead of obtaining the certification from the US Green Building Council, the owner would be required to have a qualified architect certified that the building qualifies for at a minimum silver LEED certification. Staff believes that the same benefits to the community of the project meeting the silver LEED standards can be obtained at a lower cost to the project by making this change. The second point is to replace the minimum employment condition, which was originally 1,500 full-time benefited employees for eligibility for $1 million in tax increment, and the owner shall be eligible to begin receiving the $1 million previously approved as part of the employment incentive as a part of the $9 million overall incentive once the parking structure and office buildings are both complete. As a part of qualifying for that $1 million, the owner will be obligated to construct the parking structure with standards in accordance with specified minimum design standards. Adding a reimbursement amount from the agency of up to $5.5 million to support the construction of the parking structure. And this reimbursement would be refunded by the proceeds from a loan from the city to the agency, which is from the UDOT loan from the State Infrastructure Bank. The city will be able to fund the loan to the agency from the proceeds of a loan from the SIB board to the city, and the agency will be able
Hello?
to repeat that.
I think we missed the last paragraph, Patrick.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I'll just go back over it. That adding a reimbursement amount from the agency of up to $5.5 million to support the construction of the parking structure. The city would be able to fund this loan to the agency from the proceeds of the loan from the SIB. The agency at that point will be able to repay the loan from the city from tax increment generated by the project, and the agency will not be obligated to make the reimbursement payment until the parking structure is completed. Within that, then, the agency will disperse the full amount of the $5.5 million designs for use in completing the parking structure upon satisfaction of copies of paid invoices relating to the construction of the parking structure in excess of $5.5 million, and evidence or certification by the owner's representative that the owner has spent $100,000 on the acquisition of the site and the construction, or of $100 million on the acquisition of the site and the construction of the office building and parking structure. The city would pay the $5.5 million within 30 days of owner satisfaction of the foregoing two requirements, and the estimated cost of the parking structure is $11.2 million. The $5.5 million payment to the owner is for just under 50% of the cost of the parking structure. The obligation to make the annual payments to reimburse the owner up to $9 million under the original agreement from tax increment will be subordinate to the agency's receipt of tax increment, sufficient to pay the agency's debt service to the city each year. And another additional point is that the reimbursement term shall be lengthened to 2042. The UDOT loan under existing UDOT regulations will be initially limited to 10 years, which I spoke about previously. And the agency, the owner, agreed together to advocate for amending UDOT's regulations to allow for a 15-year term loan. And that's essentially the bones of the amendments. I'm sure there's probably some questions, so I'll give you some time to ask.
So what happens if they can't get the 15 years and it is the 10 years? I mean, where do we stand? I know you say that probably won't happen, which is great, but what if it does happen?
So if it doesn't happen, under the 15-year agreement, the developer's share of the increment shall be 48% of the tax increment funding generated from the site. If it's 10 years, instead of the 48%, it would be 52%, and that would make up that shortfall to allow for the repayments of over the 10 years.
I have a concern about, originally we were going to give $1 million of the incentive for the work employment condition, which having 1,500 full-time benefited employees working in Midvale, hopefully living in Midvale, shopping in Midvale, that's the main benefit to the city, which is why I thought that $1 million of incentive was being offered. So I don't see there's not that same benefit to the city in having a parking structure. So I don't know why we would give $1 million for 1,500 full-time employees and switch that with no employee requirement, but a parking structure all of a sudden.
Well, the parking structure will support the employees that will be working there. And during our negotiations with Zions, and I can let someone from Zions speak to that if they want to, but at no point was there any indication that 1,500 number of employees would be going away or decreasing in any way, that it would still be at that. We're just looking to tie that number to something more tangible.
Well, you can build a parking structure quicker than hiring 1,500 full-time employees is what I'm assuming. Yeah. I mean, if you have I saw a head shake there, but if you have a building all ready to go, you can hire 1,500 employees, but you can't hire 1,500 employees before you can put up a parking structure, because the building and the parking structure are going to be built before employees can start working there. So I'm assuming that's what the change is for.
Patrick, do you mind if I?
Yeah, I see you doing your your startup. Go.
So this change is actually something that it wasn't initiated by Zions. It was I pushed for it. Part of the reason for that is that traditionally with all of our reimbursement agreements that we've done in the past, it's always been associated with physical improvements, infrastructure, parking garages, etc., because those are the elements that actually contribute to tax increment and fulfill the goals and objectives in our redevelopment plan from the project area was created. And so what I was concerned about is that if in the future someone came in and said that they were going to build, for example, a call center or something like that, where they wouldn't necessarily have to put in a ton of infrastructure, build a fancy building or anything like that, but they would have a lot of employees, that they would say, look what you did, you gave $1 million to Zions for this many employees, we want it for however many employees they were going to bring. And so all I was trying to do with this change is to bring it back into the norm with what we typically cover through reimbursement agreements. The other thing is that as part of the agreement, they have to build 390,000 square feet of office building as part of the qualifications for the reimbursement. And because Zions Bank will be the owner of the property, our assumption would be that they would either fill it with their employees, or they would, they've never said anything about subleasing, but if for some reason they didn't have enough employees to fill it, that they would find some way to utilize the space that they have to build in order to be eligible for reimbursement. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention is that this facility would not be filled with 2,000 new employees, but is largely would be filled with existing employees.
Yeah.
So that was the basis for this change.
Matt, I just wish you kind of would have suggested this to us, because I remember when we talked about this, we said, hey, we want to sort of, if the number is going to be a little bit higher, we wanted sort of this benefit back to the community. So the idea was the community, not to Zions Bank. So the idea was like, there was like solar panels, there was employees. So when I received this, I didn't know where it was coming from. I still kind of stand by, I wish it was tied to something that we could point to Midvale and say, hey, like, I understand it's this tax increment money, but look, there was something I can say to a citizen, like, this is how it benefits you. And now parking garage to a citizen is is like the opposite. Like they don't just think it's, I mean, so far removed from residential, it's not like people are going to park in residential. And I don't necessarily disagree. I just wish we could tie it to things that, like I said, we could have turned around and pointed to citizens why, you know, tax increments going in the direction it's going.
And I'm pretty sure during our initial discussion, I said specifically that one thing we could point to, because people always, when you have these big projects, they ask you, oh, what incentives did you give them to come? Or how long are they not paying property taxes? Those are the questions people ask. And I said at that time, we can point to the fact that we have this number of employees working and living and eating and spending money in Midvale, which is a much better sell for us than is to say, look at this beautiful parking garage that they built for their employees. That's why we gave them $1 million. So, well, you know, it's all kind of semantics and the way that, our jobs as council members is much different than a developer's job and much different than your job, Matt. So it's put us in a position where it's a tougher sell to our constituents.
And we can ask Jed about his feelings on that, but I mean, in the end, what we're doing is we are contributing funds to help it's designed to be 400,000 plus square feet. We gave them a little bit of wiggle room in that at 390,000 square feet. But in the end, what we're doing is we are contributing into a capital stack that builds 390,000 square feet and a parking garage, as well as additional surface parking. And so in the end, it doesn't change. I mean, I hear what you're saying as far as what it actually says as far as the terms go, but it doesn't change the fact that we're contributing to a project that will still have 2,000 employees in it. And we can say that we are contributing to that. But when we look at what the direct investment, I'm repeating myself, but I'm just saying, just because we don't say that that's a term, doesn't mean that we're not also getting that.
Yeah.
But these are, like I said, I mean, if that's a policy change that the board wants to go towards, is talking about employees with these, I mean, that's something to be looked at. I'm just, like I said, I was just reverting back to the norm, which is that it's all about the bricks and mortar investment, which then generates the tax increment. But in the end, it doesn't change the project.
Yeah, I guess in the end, I mean, no one's going to build this 400,000 square foot building and then have it go empty for the next 10 years. But I understand there will be employees. But I guess just it's nerve wracking based on the current employment situation. And, to have this change all of a sudden, I guess just raised a lot of red flags and said, oh, wait a minute, maybe they're not anticipating having that many employees anymore.
That's never been part of the conversation.
No, this is Jed from Zions. Thank you for letting me join. If it helps, I can reiterate our strong commitment to the campus and if it would help, we're open to rewording things, whatever makes the group feel most comfortable. But I can provide reassurance that we are moving forward, and Mark and others can attest to this. We're moving ahead full steam on a 400,000 square foot campus. We're taking employees from 11 buildings across the valley, and we are consolidating them to this new campus in Midvale. It's currently about 2,100 employees, full-time employees. We do not expect all 2,100 to move into this building. With the pandemic, we are exploring a couple hundred at least that will be working remote full-time, but I feel very comfortable in reassuring the council that we will at least have 1,500 full-time employees in the building. There's been no discussion about deviating from that plan.
Okay. Thank you for that. That is reassuring. I think there's just a lot of nerves happening amongst a lot of different areas now with, I mean, we've seen huge unemployment numbers. So,
Right.
you know, I did want to be assured that those plans weren't changing.
I understand. And there's quite a few investments that I think the council would be interested in, that we can provide more information on that is not explicitly mentioned in the RDA. And that does relate to solar above and beyond what we initially discussed, along with other sustainability measures and landscaping. And although, like I said, not explicitly called out in the RDA, I think it would be helpful for you to be fully aware of the benefits that the campus is going to bring.
And to be honest, that would be super wonderful. I'm not trying to be a pain about it. It just kind of came out of nowhere. I think it could be something super great. I've talked to Mark about this. You know, generally, I like the idea. I just want to make sure it's just a lot of money, and
Right.
you know, some cities are doing layoffs. Luckily, we're not. And I know it's not necessarily tied right to it, but you know, when we were just like this, these are what we're going to do, and then it just changed quickly. So I that's why that came up. You know, at least from mine and Dustin's perspective. At least I'm assuming that's Dustin's same thought too.
Well, yeah, and having the benefit of being at the planning commission meeting last week, there's nothing with the project itself that I don't think any council member is going to have any issue with. It looks amazing, and we want it there, and we want it there yesterday. It's just, again, some nervous feelings regarding the current climate and economy.
You just wanted to make sure it wasn't an indication of a change in direction.
Exactly.
I understand.
Yep.
Yeah. The interesting thing has been through this process is, as Jed mentioned, it's not about if they're going to have the people, it's can they fit everybody in the building. So it's kind of the opposite, which has been a wonderful for everybody. So
can you put that in parentheses in the amendment? That'd be great.
We can invite you to the meetings while we're trying to fit everyone into the building.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate the clarification.
Any other questions or comments on this? Anyone like to voice a motion?
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2020-06 RDA, approving the term sheet for First Amendment to tax increment reimbursement agreement between Midvale RDA and Zions Bank Corporation, and authorizing the execution of a tax increment reimbursement agreement between the redevelopment agency of Midvale City and Zions Bank Corporation.
Second.
Do we have a motion and seconds? Any further discussion or questions on this motion? Rory, would you call for the vote?
Yes, Board Member Gettle,
Yes.
Glover,
Aye.
Perry,
Aye.
Robinson,
Yes.
and Brown.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks everybody. This has been a ton of work for our teams, and we sincerely do appreciate it. We'll keep you up to speed on everything that's going on, and we have some new renderings and things that we'll be able to show to you guys shortly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Mark, thank you, Jed.
I'm sure we'll see you again, Mark.
Yes, we
Thanks,
will.
Mark.
Have a nice evening, everybody.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, we grew on. Next, we're going to consider resolution number 2020-07 RDA, approving the terms of an interlocal agreement between the Redevelopment Agency of Midvale City and Midvale City for the use and repayment of, I'm going to get it right this time, even though it's wrong in my agenda, $5.5 million loan from State Infrastructure Bank. Patrick?
Thanks, Mayor. This is basically just a continuation of what I discussed earlier on. I'm happy to go over everything again if you want, or maybe you don't want me to bore you completely. So I'll let you make that decision.
I think we're probably good on this. I think we've discussed it and know what we're doing here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no questions, no comments? I entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2020-07 RDA approving the attached term sheet and authorize the agency board chair to execute the interlocal agreement between the redevelopment agency of Midvale City and Midvale City for a loan agreement.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we got motion and seconds. Any further discussion on this resolution? Hearing none. We'll ask Rory to call for the vote.
Okay, Board Member Glover,
Aye.
Harry,
Aye.
Robinson,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
and Gell.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now welcome Cody Hill for a discussion item on the proposed amendments to the fiscal year 2020 budget of the redevelopment agency of Midvale City. Cody.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening and good evening, council members. It's a pleasure to be with you kind of tonight. We have a few amendments to make to our 2020 fiscal year 2020 budget. These are mostly to account for revenues that were higher than we anticipated and some additional expenses kind of in coordination with those increased revenues. So we have, let's see if I can actually share my screen. I have a couple of additional adjustments here to what you have on your sheet. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So just the first amendment is just an increase in $831,373 in tax increment revenue received by the agency. What we had budgeted was low. We had more development come online in addition to a slight property tax increase that accounts for the additional tax increment revenue. We have additional bond interest revenues that were unaccounted for, amounting to $300,000. And then also we anticipate using $59,626 of the fund balance to cover additional costs that I will go over right now. So a slight increase in professional services, $1,250. The main increase in expenses is for developer reimbursements. We propose a $1.1 million increase in development reimbursements, and that's tied to the increase in revenues that were received, in addition to entering into additional tax increment reimbursement agreements and issuing those just this and last month. And then also an $83,399 increase to transfer to the Jordan Bluffs project area, where that was transferred and then also used for infrastructure improvements. And so those are the proposed budget amendments that we are making to the fiscal year 2020 budget. So it's not a action item, but just kind of a discussion item, making you aware of that.
Okay, this is a discussion item. Anyone like to ask questions or comment, put questions or comments up? I think we're all happy with that, Cody.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. And motion to move into our regular meeting.
I hear a second.
Second.
All right.
Mayor, we need a few minutes to switch over to the closed session.
You got it. Let me know when you're ready.
Don't we need to make the motion to go into closed session first before you switch over?
Yeah, that's true. Thanks, Paul.
Yes, thank you.
I move we go into a closed session.
You need to say for pending or reasonably imminent litigation. We have to say the reason.
Oh, so much extra
I'm
work.
sorry.
I move that we go into a closed section pending imminent litigation and what's the other word? Let's see.
Reasonably imminent litigation.
Reasonably imminent litigation. Wow, it's late.
I know, I'm sorry.
I just,
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Second.
never doing that again.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Yes, we need a roll call. So, Councilmember Sperry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
and Gettle.